Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you all enjoy the stream card. It was pretty dope. All right. All set. Huge gap down on the SPY. No, not really. Just another opening dip. It'll fill back, it looks like. But you know, with our 9,000 volume, we're definitely gonna get dragged around. It is the pickle guy. More ice than that. It's bullshit. Ooh. Surprise DT drop last night. Sorry. 1 a.m. felt like the right time to release that information. Hold on. Let me get our low resistance put in. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's close enough. Major banks meeting with Biden today. So about your TA and research, you think we were going to rip today? Absolutely fucking not. I don't think I could have been more clear about that. Yeah, I read Crayons DD. It didn't. I don't know if it said anything that we haven't discussed on here already, but I think it's a better approach for those who want to know more information about the effect that DRS can have. I have a pretty swollen lymph node on my neck behind my ear. Typical immune response or cancer? Why not both? J Fresh. Still got your Baba calls? I do not. Thank God. I said I wasn't carrying them overnight. Or at least I hope they were sold. I'll check in a minute, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they were sold last night. I had a sell to close order in place, so I had the same problem 2x in the web app where people just decided to wipe everything. It was like, who are you? Huh. I've never used the web app. I did once, but it was garbage, so I stopped using it. Yeah, I've never had that happen to my had my TA get wiped before on here. I had a few drinks last night. Nope. There's no new DD, just reiterating the same shit for people to understand it better. Nice time to YOLO into GME again. Always is, J Fresh. Always is. Yeah, I did, JC. Another 85K borrowed from Fidelity in the last 10 minutes. Interesting. You think people are buying crypto right now as a hedge? Probably. It's rocketing. What happened to the locks? Cut them off. Donated them to like chemo patients. Or he has a cold. Veritas Kyle CSU. Our 11, 12, 225 C's too early. Depends what you're looking at. B-Jets. No, I don't have cancer, Bob. I hope. So excited to buy my first option and lose money. You'll be less excited after that actually takes place. I was hoping there would be an endocrinologist in here. Really? This is the place you'd go for medical advice, Jay Fresh? Not a doctor. Vaping a pancake. Good afternoon from Bonnie, Scotland. Brother Gerg. Good afternoon, Graham Crawford. Better than WebMD? Nah, could be, yeah. That's true. Jay Fresh, are you making some sort of statement like people shouldn't get their medical information from the internet and they should get it from medical professionals? Like somehow a Google search is not equivalent to a doctorate in medicine? Huh. Fucking slap my ass and call me Shirley. I never would have thought that. Good morning, D. What? Found $1 trillion coin in my change this morning. Is it a problem that I come here for medical advice for my gout flares and mold infestation? Probably not. Yeah, BTC's ripping up 5%. Got another free thing. Thought I'd use it again. Good morning, Matt. How you doing, man? I appreciate that. If you guys have Twitch accounts, change your passwords. If you haven't, they had a massive hack. Oh, good to know. What if I don't use a password for my Twitch account? It's just nothing. Hey, remember that time we thought the real Roaring Kitty donated $50? I do. That was a nice day until it wasn't the real Roaring Kitty. Medical advice for a case of the hangover: get an IV drip. Gone. See, the U.S. is taking the Zimbabwe approach to tackle inflation. It's possible. Have you heard about this absurd $1 trillion coin thing? They've talked about it in the past before, too, when the debt ceilings come up. The president can issue commemorative coins and then deposit those at the Fed, essentially creating money. It's within his powers. It's almost like we gave one branch of the government like a little too much power, and then we also have a useless branch of the government. Hail Gurk, King of the Americans. You have been knighted from one king to another. Rule with honor and dignity, but don't let anybody call Kenny in your realm. I'll do my best. So I'm gonna buy calls or puts on the SPY. It looks super unpredictable. If it breaks 430, calls might be good. If it gets rejected, maybe puts. Or maybe it just goes up and down all day, which is more likely. Playing a choppy market is risky. What's the best way around paying an electricity bill? Asking for a friend. Well, this is what you do. You get the. I always pay my electricity bill. You set up auto debit and then ignore it. The Fed doesn't create the coin, the president does. We pay by complimentary, like, done already. Oh, thank you, Mikas. Hey, boom. That was a nice open. Ding ding. Welcome to the markets. I mean, my in the money cat calls Sam Jones. I have a stop loss on, uh, which I'd imagine has filled now. do like the possibility for a bounce. Let's just look at the daily. This might go to the lower support. My longer term ones are like way out, so I don't really care about those. Looks like this could be the start to testing the 437.54 resistance. What? Using my free thing to say thanks for all the work you do for us. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you, Multi-Blues. So 191. I thought we ripped in the pre-market. Except today's was up. Why are those candles green? I don't know. Somebody, it's a fucking piece of shit market. Doesn't work right. 437.54 on SPY or GME. I think he's talking about the SPY, but it's trading at 430 right now, so I don't really know what he's referring to. Thanks, Mitchell Dan. Oh, if you guys could drop a like on the daily DD. I normally don't ask, but it has some more pertinent information in it today that I would prefer that more people read, so I have to explain it less. It's made of brass Bradstock, and so is in theory self-sterilizing. It's linked. It's pinned to the chat. Apecology. It's also there's a link for it in the description as well. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was worried there for a second. Can you explain your daily DD first, please? What do you want to? What do you want me to explain? Is there like a specific part of it you don't understand, or is it just the whole thing? 169, nice. Is 169 just the ultimate Zen price? Like everyone's comfortable there. If IRNT drops below 1250, are you buying more? No, I'm just gonna sell the like fucking 10 shitty calls that I have right now. But I have to like next Monday to sell them, and they'll still be worth nothing. So so many limit buys at 169. It's true. Good morning, Crawford 1888. Spybrick 431 already. Oh, very nice. I mean, like, so if you were trading the SPY today, the time to buy your calls would have been I'm not watching it, but I can tell you guys what to look for. The time to buy in would have been on this candle, as you had, confirmed upside on that breakout. And so if you bought there, like at the money, at like 431, you'd already be in the money now. Trying to get the best entry. I'm putting my IRA into GME. Do you feel like we'll test lower before breaking out? It seems like we have decent support here. So there's decent support here. The expected low resistance is here at 165. We could drop below that in the next 2 days. There's a possibility, but it's unlikely. I don't see any buy pressure coming from anywhere today. That doesn't mean there won't be. It just means that, like, it's unlikely that will go up significantly. So I mean, anywhere between here, between 170 and 165 is like an average low for most people. So most people's position is somewhere between 160, 250 and 180. That's their cost basis. So really anywhere in this range is a good price. This low end obviously better than the high end. So you're kind of much closer to the low end than the high end currently. And so what that translates to is now's as good a time as any. Is there a possibility that goes even lower than that? Yeah, I mean, it could. It's unlikely, but it could. I just read your GD and I basically followed along and understood a lot of it. Have you been secretly educating us, you monster? Uh, I don't know, I guess. Surely this volume isn't normal. It's not. I feel pressured to buy. Well, why is that? Oh, Girk, Pickle King of America. Thank you, Graham, for bestowing titles upon me. Is it normal for all call prices not to change from day to day? 1119 calls at the same price today as yesterday, with lower price and same IV. That's just because of theta. Like they're not losing very much theta currently. Some of them have still have very low theta values. Although this one got a chunk taken off of it. That's got to be wrong. Get out of my brain. If there's a market crash, it probably will, at least initially. GME could if the market crashes. Yeah, it's possible. Don't forget they borrowed like 80,000 shares this morning to short, so uh that silly vote tomorrow is 100% going to get filibustered by the Republicans. Either Manchin and Sinema give up and vote yes on the reconciliation bill, or default is on the menu. Someone will give up. Someone didn't pull their money soon enough. Don't worry. I'm in a calculator app seeing how much I can fund my account. I do. Who else have the Gregorian chant stuck in their head? Trader Joe's contact me? No. Not yet, unfortunately. NASDAQ down and SQQQ down. No idea how things work anymore. That's fair. No, SQQQ's up. Rumple. It's up like 0.6. 180-degree TA is my new favorite. Provocative triangles, but less lines. Heiken Ashi candles are so great for plotting support and resistance. Of all the things I've learned from EPFI, I think going to these candles has been the most beneficial. Thanks. Interesting. I think I agree that they're easier for technical analysis sometimes, but you have to know if you're gonna exclusively use Hankanashi candles, you need to know when they can create errors in your analysis. And there are moments that can occur. I haven't seen Squid Games. Everyone was telling me to watch it yesterday. As soon as I have options that go in the money, I immediately start singing the Jeffrey Bezos song, but with my own name. Explain how negative beta works. If GME might go down if the market crashes. Jeff Rogers, negative beta is a correlation that has occurred in the past. Most of GameStop's negative beta occurred back here in January when GME went big up right here. And the SPY, if we go look at the S&P 500, gotta go further back. Where is it? The SPY did big downs. So GameStop for these few days moved very much inverse the market. And that created a lot of negative beta, but it is a trailing indicator. So negative beta does not mean that GameStop will move inverse the market in the future, only that it has in the past. And if you actually remove January's price action and recalculate GME's beta, it tracks much more closely. When we have a lot of volume, though, we are able to move counter to the market. Could you explain when they are prone to error? It's specifically when drawing long-term trends. It's good to double check with other candlesticks, like support resistance, things like that. Or if you're looking for like patterns in the price action, sometimes Hankin-Ashi candles can be a bad way to look at that. Although that really only ever has come up for me on GameStop and not other things. So is it true that they're not going to up the debt ceiling from what I read and it's an excuse for MOASS? Sure, if everything's about us. I guess you could say that. My son had an assignment for school where he had to pick an animal for each member of our household, and he assigned a bear for me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Well, I don't know how old your son is. If he's in high school, he's saying that maybe you're gay. But if he's in, like, elementary school, it could just be the bear is a predator and it's powerful. But yet children are comfortable with them because of things like Winnie the Pooh and stuff. So maybe he sees you as a strong protector, but also lovable and kind. Or you just enjoy honey a lot and you're fat. You tell me, a user. What charting software is on the screen looks neat? Well, Moonwind, that's WeBull. And if you look down in the description, I can't. I tried. Your IRNT calls looking okay now? No, they look like complete shit. They're better, but mostly shit. Hey, that guy who's moving his IRA is having a good time. I can never predict what questions you'll put a lot of effort into. I like to mix it up. Not polar bears, JC. They're apex predators. Busting out the undergrad union psych. Can you sell CCs on WeBull? Asking for a friend. You can. Yeah. WeBull has all the options stuff available. You can't laugh through your Trader Joe's ad copy like that. I know. I'm trying. Hey guys, I heard there's crimes going on. What's good? I think the only crime here is that Dan's licked your dumpling. My spy call stop limit sold. Nice. There's specific names for the mechanics and errors. They just display data differently, Greg. So if you're tackling your data from a visual approach, Henken Ashi doesn't display the open of the candles the same way. Because they open at the midpoint of the previous candle. And so that can fuck up your support resistance lines, but it's negligible at best and really only an issue if you're a perfectionist. Who's Raytheon? They're a defense contractor. $10K shares returned to Fidelity. Do you have a clip on exercising calls during MOASS by selling shares, or you explain how you're gonna do it, how you're doing it on WeBull? Oh, you can't exercise calls on WeBull. I would, if I had calls on WeBull during MOASS, I would just sell them. It's a bitch to exercise calls on WeBull in advance, and the auto exercise is fine, but I'm guessing a lot of misinformation about market dynamics and GME results from the false equivalence between this situation and what folks have taken in from the movie Big Short. The book's better. Do you have a clip? Last October, it looked like there was some buy pressure, like 8, 9. Do you think we'll get that again? Hard to say. There was a small window where I thought we would have gotten some buy pressure this cycle, but the market also just tanked on those days, and we had no volume. So we may have had the buy pressure. It just wasn't realized because the market was dropping like a rock. Large number of puts at 150 for October 15th. No, there aren't. There are, in fact, none. Tupac Shakur. There's like 3,000 puts for October 15th. You're referring to a glitch in Bloomberg, which may or may not be factually accurate or applicable. And since we've discovered those, the price of the stock has gone below 150. So if they were going to sell them, that was their chance. Why the downhill? Market's coming down and we're being shorted. How low can this dip go? And 165.80 is a pretty strong resistance, so slightly below that, but not much. Also, 162.50, very strong resistance as well. You like that the market is tanking, or you just like it in regards to GME? I would prefer if GME began squeezing before the market tanks, ideally. I only care about price as in regards to like options. I just bought 6 AMC. What a waste of money. And 1 GME. Good job. I'm taking advantage of the dip. Good for you, Ona. I'm noticing all the meme stocks other than GME are trash. BlackBerry is like a good long-term investment. That's about it. You're taking shots of insulin? No, it's vape stuff. Liquid for my vaporizer. J-Fresh. Prefer MOASS first, then a week later for the market to completely tank, affording me an opportunity to buy the dip on the SPY. I'm buying the dip on the SPY, no matter what, but I agree. It would be nice. Then you can 3x your MOASS money. Gherkin, just to know, do you believe in the compound futures fails timeline from your post? Yes. Nothing's changed yet. I don't expect any movement due to that until October 13th, and this cycle could still be minimal. So I have a lot more faith in like the January cycle being significant than the October one, but because our price point is so much higher, October could still also be very interesting. Hater, I don't really know anything about it from like a value standpoint. Dr. Stonklove. I know currently it's just like a squeeze meme Wall Street bets thing. Do you expect DRS to have any impact on shares available to borrow? Maybe. I guess the way you would be able to tell is if Fidelity is being honest, right? And, not, in fact, not lending out their shares as they are legally obligated not to do by their statements, then no. Fidelity's available shares tomorrow will remain the same, right? Because the people who are lending them fully intend to lend them. If Fidelity's lying, then we'll see that number decline. But so far, the Fidelity shares available to Varo has been between like 700,000 and 1.3 million for months. Mohammed, why do you not want to direct register your shares? My faith in computer shares ability or efficiency as a brokerage is very low, so I would not be able to sell them. Is my thought especially during a highly volatile market situation. And so that is my reservation. I bought 917 200C and 300C for $12.50. Saved $400 buying today instead of yesterday. Nice, dude. 917 for next year? You sure you got the date right on that? A user? You December 17th? I'm going to try to transfer those shares again tonight. I think. Why do you think Reddit thinks DFE was pushing DRSing? He obviously hasn't come out and said anything about it. I don't know. Because it's easy to draw conclusions between cryptic tweets that support a thesis. It doesn't mean there's anything there. Why is everyone so concerned with Charlie's vids? I don't know. He's a nut job. I think Fidelity has been being honest because my DRS from Fidelity has already gone through, and so have a lot more people. So we'd already see that number reduced. We should, yeah, but we haven't. So yeah, that does imply that Fidelity is in fact, you know, following their legally a binding agreement with their customers and not lending out shares on cash accounts. Is there value to leaving shares you intend on not selling in CS as a form of diversification and to support the recall theory? Sure. I don't have any problem with registering with CS. I even think it can have a significant effect on the future price action of GameStop. I want to see that effect realized to some degree. You know, proof is in the data. Before I would consider doing it myself. But if you feel that you've researched computer share significantly and it's a financial decision that you want to make with your shares, it's up to you. What I support is people educating themselves on what it is and what the risks involved are, and then, making a decision. Much like, somebody who over leverages themselves into GME, right? They've created a situation where they can't, be a diamond hand because they didn't do their research and they bought more than they could afford or invested more than they could afford, right? And so I don't see a difference between registering with CS and that. The same amount of vetting and diligence should be required. As far as I know, Fidelity doesn't have any 13F shares held in ETFs. And I know for a fact, just among the viewership here and stuff, that there are people that have their Fidelity shares in margin accounts still. Been sitting on this freebie. Work is busy. Appreciate the content. Pump up the volume. I would love to, Deadwood. Thank you so much, though, man. I appreciate the membership and the support, man. No problem, Alex. There's another Chinese developer default. I've heard tell that several are defaulting. Makes sense. Dominoes. I've been vetting the info for around 9 months now, and I think I'm ready to buy my first share. Awesome, Andrew. Glad to hear that. If the market crashes, our attendees would be worth nothing. Wouldn't be worth nothing, right? Because everything would be high as fuck. What? Rephrase that question, Smooth. If America defaults, then our attendees wouldn't be worth nothing, as everything be high AF. Are you talking about like hyperinflation and its effect on the money we get from MOASS? Yeah, that's also true, A user. I am not high. I am completely sober, Gebsis. Oh, you guys are talking about Smooth. And it would devalue the dollar, but it's still, the hyperinflation. Oh, okay. That's not something I'd be super concerned about, right? Like, so so us getting shitloads of money from a potential short squeeze situation here, right, does not mean that action does not devalue the dollar, right? The U.S. defaulting can, but minimally. We've defaulted before. Um, like there'll be a recession and stuff, but if you're a multimillionaire in a recession, you're gonna fare significantly better than someone who's not. Even if like tomorrow's dollar is worth 75% of today's dollar, you know, you still have 75 cents more per dollar made from MOASS than anybody else, right? No, the price of things aren't going to get. You're talking like Weimar Republic levels of inflation. That's not going to happen. You're comparing the U.S. to like a failed state in the early 1900s. It's just not. It's not a good comparison. Don't worry, Smooth. How long do you think it will take the housing market to fall after the market falls? Oh, that you historically that usually actually takes like a couple years, 6 months to 2 years, for the housing market to decline, right? Because you have so many. Like if you think of each house as its own like equity. This is the real Zen Palace. Cheers, dude. Thanks, Quake. I appreciate the donation, man. If you think of like everybody's individual home as like its own separate stock where they are the market maker, right? That's it. Hold on. For some reason I got like a window just popped up. That was weird. Okay. Um so think of everyone's like individual home as like a separate like a separate equity, right? And so um when the for the housing market to crash, you kind of need like guy A over here to be like, "Hey, I'm going to sell my house for less cuz I'm tired of waiting," right? So who's going to reduce the price of his home? And then, that has like a chain effect across the market as more and more sellers realize that they're not selling their homes at the prices they want to. And so generally that takes like some stagnation in the real estate market. And so it can be a much more drawn out process than like the market crash. Also, lenders are going to be willing to lend less money and at higher interest rates, so people aren't going to be able to get the mortgages to accommodate those home prices. And there's a lot of, other factors, but essentially that's kind of why it's such a slower process. Whereas the market, has millions, billions of participants over the course of a month, and so prices are realized much faster. Frozen bake at home croissants. The almond ones are amazing. I will. That sounds very good. I don't think your brokerage would facilitate that, Conrad. Will levels of household debt and what I assume will be higher interest rates levels speed up that process? Yeah, it can be accelerated, but it still takes a long time. '08, I think the bottom of the housing market wasn't reached until like 2011. No, I have not considered that they would push the SPY down to push GME down as well. That is a atrocious use of capital, and it would be super risky. They'd be much better off just shorting GameStop. If they want to drive the price on GameStop down, they just buy shitloads of in the money puts. It works. It just only works for a short period of time. Thus, BlackRock buying up homes. Yeah. Wrong. I was here with a loan in '08. Couldn't even refi within a month. It crashes immediately. Stop with that. You're referring to the banking side of the housing industry. You're not. That's completely separate from price discovery in the housing market. Lacey. We have another run up at the end of November, early December. Granted, nothing changes. I mean, I expect we'll run after the ETF ETN options expiration date in November. So end of November, 24th, much like August and March, or May and March and December of last year, or yeah, wait, November of last year. It could. Or, you know, the debt ceiling will get raised and the infrastructure bill will pass and it'll rally into next year. What were you even there? Totally false. Nothing I said was false, Lacey. Your individual experience during the crash in '08 does not affect the overall data. Ooh, that was a big rip. Missed that one. Yeah, oh well. Hmm? Ooh, interesting. Just running with the market. The loan easement we've seen post COVID are insane. They're handing out mortgages like Tic Tacs. That's because they'd rather have the debt. Debt's an asset, right? Plus an asset. If you were a short hedge fund and you knew a crash was about to happen, wouldn't it be beneficial to cash out your long position? Only if you were absolutely sure. And moving that kind of capital around quickly is not easy without other people noticing. And you can be the person that facilitates a run. Like if you pull, 20 million shares out of the SPY in one day, people are going to notice. I did, Bob. I did notice that about Kenny. Slow motion housing market action correlates to the velocity of money. A little. Eh, a bit. $300 volume today for January 21st, 2022 05 puts. Who's buying those and why? They're cheap, and they will be worth a lot if the IV spikes super hard. What are your predictions on how low GME will go before it rallies? That depends on if there's a market crash or not. If there's no market crash before GME runs, then we're near the bottom right now. If there is a market crash, it could go maybe even as low as like 110, 100. I think the retail buy pressure is just like the further you get below 162.50, the higher retail buy pressure becomes, right? And so there's a pushback against a drop like that. I do, Phil. I just don't know how great of a rip. Why do people think I don't think anything's going to happen in October? Was something about what I wrote confusing? What seems to be a really common thought. I even wrote it in today's daily DD. I expect price movement between the 13th and 28th of October, on November 24th, and price movement between January 13th and 28th. January, provided we don't moon before then, but also that they don't roll. So another failed cycle in December would mean even greater run in January. Yes, I am. Gen librarian. Do you think it will? Oh my god. Okay, the puts on October 15th, A, aren't there. B, since those puts popped up in Bloomberg, we have been below 150. So if they were going to sell them, they would have sold them then. Not now, with no share offering in the middle of this like FTD run up. So either they're already gone or they never existed in the first place and it was actually a glitch. But currently, there's no massive amount of puts open at 150 on October 15th. There's like, I think the OI is like 3,000, which is insignificant. A lot of people under loan applications are questionably underemployed, and the interest rates are low, which is cool. But Lacey, the bottom of the market was still in 2011. So it was still 3 years before the bottom of the housing market was realized. Even with the effect of the crash being realized by people so quickly and by lenders. Think spooky. Anything spooky might happen on October 31st? No. And they've never failed to roll back to back, two back to back quarters. Yes. What do you mean visceral? They have. They didn't last year. They didn't roll September or December. So quarter three and quarter four of 2020, they failed to roll, and then they rolled quarter one and two of 2021. But then quarter three, they failed to roll. That's why I don't know if we'll take off now in October or in December, because I don't know their ability to kick it out one more quarter. With the price as high as it is now, I'd imagine they cannot. Um, but it's possible. They have a lot of fucking money. I have no idea, just Ducky. I guess it's possible. You mean to tell me that data that looked bad glitchy was actually just a bad data glitch? Yeah, it's possible, Atomic. Could you explain the reasoning behind the back-to-back T plus 35 blocks from futures expiration that land us on the quarterly ETF runs? Sure. What about it, Beach God? The quarterly ETF run is 35 days after the expiration from the roll date. That's just when it occurs. This is a separate. It's a separate mechanic entirely, but it does occur 35 days later. So there's probably additionally FTDs on this date as well. But it runs independently of the future cycle because it still runs, or it runs independently whether they fail the future cycle or not, right? Because it still runs um like here when they did roll um and here, right? So it runs this ETN expiration rollover and the monthly options T plus two that all occur on this same date during each of these quarters. That runs regardless of whether they roll the futures or not. So that's separate. That has to do with short positions packed away in ETFs. Can you recommend a crypto signal service or app? I want to play with crazy oscillations. Hmm. I can't. Jorge, maybe reach out on like the crypto channel and the Discord. Some people more involved in crypto might have some I haven't traded crypto in a couple years, so if even the information I do have is to be dated, yeah, reach out over there. There's people that are more involved in crypto than I am that can maybe help you out with that question. Sorry, Jorge. I wish I had a better answer for you. Thank you for the donation. New homes shouldn't start to exceed 600K in 2011. Is it possible they could financially handle failing twice in a row last year, but now they can't? Yes. Also, when they were failing last year, they had no idea that this retail interest was going to come into the stock, right? Now they do. So I'm sure they're far more cautious with the positions than they were then. The fails last year may have been intentional. They might not have cared. They were just like, "Oh, we'll cover them," But Ryan Cohen bought in. That accelerated things. Then retail jumped on hard in January, and that definitely accelerated things way beyond the scope of their control. And that's why we saw, Citadel bailing out Melvin and Robinhood in order to keep those dominoes from falling and creating a chain reaction that would have blown up, possibly blown up Citadel or Susquehanna. These big players that were short GameStop. Would it be possible to run simulations of them covering their short positions? Velvet Jupiter, yeah, I'm sure they have. Um, there's probably issues there because even they don't know the full extent of the float that exists, right? So I'm sure they could try to model it, but their models would be inaccurate or just show GameStop going to infinity. Because they can't predict the psychology on the other side, right? And people are registering shares that they may really not be able to sell during MOASS, and that really uh, fucks any models they could have had up a lot, right? Because they can't even indicate like, oh, maybe if we can run it X hard, then we can get people to sell at this price point and like open up some of the float and the liquidity. Now it's just it's just gonna run, and there's probably no stopping it for them. So the best thing they can do is suppress it and try to keep it from breaking out, which is what they've been doing, right? If $1 trillion coin is minted, does that mean they can make as many coins as they want? I mean, theoretically, yeah. It would be bad for, faith in the US dollar. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they'll exhaust every other option first. Screwbin's workhorse seems interesting. Any hot take on where the floor might be on that? Probably somewhere around $0. That company has failed to deliver on its promises far too many times. Investor confidence in it is shaky at best, and mostly it's just a bunch of market makers jumping in and pumping and dumping it. They at one point had a contract with the USPS, and that looked promising, but that fell through. They lost a CEO. They've had multiple. I think they have multiple investor lawsuits. The shorts are definitely winning the war over there. And there's an interest in shorting them, right? They're providing commercial electric vehicles, which is, a threat to a lot of big companies. Weekly duties have saved me stress on the day-to-day following. Just want to say thank you. Plus, kidney pickle is good. Thank you, Kayashin. I appreciate that, man. Welcome to fiat currency land. The ramifications are about equal to defaulting B-Jets. to halt short hedge funds from suppressing the run. I mean, registration probably helps reduce their ability to suppress the price, ride or die. But not a lot. Hold, buy, and hold is sufficient. Or at least the data shows that it is. With our or higher lows in every cycle. It indicates that buy and hold has been sufficient. It's slow, but it works. DRS may be a little faster. We'll see. I'm surprised Nikola Motors is still in business. Yeah, me too. How low can go? Put's finally green. Let me take a look for you. Looks like 1350. There's some resistance. Possibly even below 12. 12's a little better historically. So I could see it hitting 12 before you see a bounce or a crawl, like a climb back. Watch it. It could still just be consolidating. I would say if it stays above 1530 today and holds that, it may start to consolidate for another move. I don't know what made it run or any of the background on it, so that's information you'll have to get on your own. Can you show us your rich little voice impression? They're just gonna sidestep the filibuster at the last minute. Good. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid that we don't have an automated system for raising our debt ceiling. And that would encourage lowering the amount of debt we accrue as well. And it would prevent all this bullshit political grandstanding that goes around every time we hit the debt ceiling. And no, like, before you guys get caught up in like the news cycle and the political bullshit going on with the debt ceiling raise, remember this, that the people refusing to raise the debt ceiling right now are also the people who last raised the debt ceiling. No one, they're all complicit in the same bullshit. Every last fucking one of them. Did you read Crayons' new DD? He says the only way we MOASS is for you to battle him one-on-one in gladiatorial combat. Done. Thank God. Finally, a catalyst. It's all down to the amount of FTDs, Curtis. But it looks good. Can you look at SDC running again? Ran yesterday too, right? It's interesting. I have no idea why it's running. Solid. Looks like it's consolidating. It may come down as much as bouncing off like the EMA 20, which is climbing. What's the range on it? It's got good range. It's got a nice, like, well, sort of an inverse head and shoulders, or maybe a double bottom. There's room to the upside. I don't know what caused it to tank. And maybe it's because they just sell, like, braces for adults or something. Or teeth whitening systems. What the fuck does this company even do? I mean, it's consolidating right now. If I were looking for an entry, I'd be looking somewhere down here. Like around $6. lots of OI, but it peters out after about $8. At least for the weeklies. Let's see what the 15th looks like. 15th goes a little higher. Some interest at 9 and 10. Hmm. It seems to be consolidating here. I'm going to see if it bounces here. What's your take on SHIB? I don't have one. I don't know anything about it. Okay, so it's falling through that resistance. Are we flagging? A little bit. Don't forget, we have a bounce here. This 165.80, that's our EMA 160. That resistance. We have a very nice bounce off of that, so. And a little bit of volume. Not a lot, but we have resistance at 175, which is max pain. So, but hitting that would be good and holding it. I think closing this week above max pain is really bullish for at least my current theory. Historically, we close above max pain the weeks before we run. Slightly, but above max pain. And the weeks where we don't run, we close below the previous week. I have some cat expired November 19th, like cat calls. How long should I wait for a bounce before I sell these sad turds and it eats me alive? What's your strike, Anthony? Before I look, tell me what your strike is. New patent just came out for STC and high short interest. Hey, we can watch it. It looks interesting. Especially if it starts to bounce around here. I might pick up a couple. I'd want to confirm some sort of turnaround. I'm not particularly fond of trying to play a midday run, but I guess it's possible. Their ability to bring the price back down from that like 650 mark though, I'm not overly fond of. And there were better entries yesterday. Like the last time it ran towards the end of September, it peaked out at like 750 and then they smashed it back down to 5. So, I mean, with 104 million free float, it seems like the shorts still have a lot of flexibility on this. I know the short interest is high, but it seems like they're in charge still. Ooh, holy shit. Oh, okay. I was looking at the daily. I got all excited. At what price did you add more shares to your GME position? It'd have to be pretty low for me to buy shares. I'd buy options. If it hit like 100, I would buy 120 options or 150 options all day. But for me to buy like more stock, it would have to get pretty low, like back below my cost basis. GOP are pushing this to make the Dems name a price. Yeah, I know. So they can use reconciliation. Which just means one less thing they can pass this year without opposition. Correct, Windmill? It's my assessment. I only took political science as an undergrad, so I could be wrong, but that seems like the play. Instead of them using reconciliation to pass the $2.5 trillion like relief infrastructure thing, they force them to use it to pass the debt ceiling, if I'm not mistaken. 2D chess. Do you think Kenny goes to a 3 Michelin star restaurant and asks for Heinz mayo? Maybe. Max Payne's 175. That's correct, Carl. That's how you do it. You can also just type Max Payne GME, even fewer letters. This actually looks good. As far as consolidation goes. We might see some other shit run too. AMC not running, interestingly. IronNet's actually looking okay. Hold on to that. Smile Direct. So this might be bouncing. Yeah. So if I'm gonna buy like 4 of those. Let's see. Yeah, I see that, Greg. I'm still glad I didn't hold them overnight, though. I only had weeklies, so it wasn't like a long play. Ken Griffin calls Kraft Mayo aioli. But aioli has no egg. Right? No. I can't remember. There's a difference. SDC was added to the threshold list yesterday, if you weren't aware. I wasn't, Nat Cores. How long do you think you can keep up with this stream in case MOASS is delayed big time? Another couple months, years? Definitely a few more months. Possibly a few more years. I'll give a shit. GameStop's going to be worth more MOASS or no MOASS, right? How low do you think GME can dip again? 166, 164, 161. We have very strong resistance at 165.80 and 162.50 Sky. But I mean, if nothing plays out in the next few weeks, low volume and just general negative market sentiment could drag us down a little further. I don't like this rejection. I'm going to sell these. Woo. Oh, wait, hold on. It's coming back. Where's the volume? And a lot of retail on this. Fuck. Along those lines, where do you see GME without MOASS in 1, 3, 5-year time frame speculate? You know, with good announcements and some forward progress in e-commerce, in a year I could see it at like 250. In 3, maybe like 300 something. In 5, if they don't split at that point, I could easily see it getting above, you know, like 400 something dollars a share. You know, a market cap. I mean, if they're really successful with their e-commerce model, their market cap could quadruple in that amount of time. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I bought GameStop last November. That was my like initial entry, and that was long before like a huge squeeze was really the play. Like there was some short interest, and it looked like there could be, you know, some action on that side, but I definitely wasn't playing what happened in January when I bought in. I don't know how you get yourself into these situations, Silicon Bleach. I think you're a degenerate gambler. Okay. Do you have thoughts on the impact of the successful creation of an NFT marketplace? My thoughts are is much more likely their crypto project versus an NFT dividend. Yeah, I agree. I think their NFT marketplace is going to be focused on gaming and not a dividend. But, you know, uh, that's not necessarily the sentiment everywhere. Has there any gamma ramp activity on GME? I think you speculated earlier that it was a low entry point. I'll be checking later today once more options flow is in, and I can get a better idea. And I'll be checking, Thursday and Friday as well to see what kind of institutional options plays are being made. So, did you check BTC today? Yeah, it's skyrocketing. My half a Bitcoin is just fucking killing it. I bought 4 million sheep as a joke, spent like $20. Now it's worth 100 just since yesterday. What doing crypto? Crypto running because faith in the markets is pulling back. Although faith in crypto could be misplaced. That's why China shut down crypto before they knew their markets were going to tank, so people couldn't pull their liquidity out and put it in there. It forces their citizens to pump their liquidity into the failing market, which can prop it up. It's genius, actually. STC bull flag on the 5-minute. Not really. Just the same thing we're seeing on the 1-minute. This here is like a bull flag, right? This is not. And that was actually a pennant and it failed. Get over it, Carl. Well, looks like a good exit. It looks like you could run. If you can break 650, it's got some serious range up to 750. Like, I could definitely see it testing 750 if it breaks 650. But if you're in at 5, you could take some profits at 650, I guess. I don't think the dividend has any justification. I think it would do far more harm than good. Kind of like printing a $1 trillion coin or minting one, right? China reopens tonight after being closed almost a week. I'm wondering if it's going off a cliff after seeing Hong Kong go down every single day. Hong Kong was up last night, down today, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So it didn't even like fall back to its previous level. It's like it closed down, but I mean, or it rallied Monday and then Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Yeah. So I mean, it looks like a double bottom bounce. It could come back up. We'll see. It'll be interesting. 5 minute, 10 hour. So after it gapped down, I guess it's about it looks like a bounce. We'll see. It'll definitely, whatever happens will be far more dramatic with the Chinese markets being open tonight though. Can we have MOASS this month for my birthday? We'll see. Can you look at Baba? It's consolidating. It looks okay for another break to the upside. We'll see what the market does. Ooh, I don't like that. Can you look at Tether? No. Its action is wild because it's a crypto. All the crypto is going nuts right now, Corn Trader. You said you're going to buy calls. How far out? Looking at the 19th, January, and April. But April, I would wait on. Spy straddle for 10-8. Friday? I don't like it. You could, I guess. Can you talk a little bit about why I pay hard-earned money to support your channel, yet you can't even tell me exactly when MOASS will happen? Hey, man, I'm doing my best, all right? If you don't like it, you can fuck off and get your dates from someone else. stocks have the same shorts? Interesting. Get my dates from Grinder. Good for you, Sofa King Silverback. So high volatility, high volume. Do you use the Stotch RSI? Do opposite for less volume and volatility? Yes. I smooth it less. So shorter time frames, Johnny A, for high volume, high volatility. Low volume, low volatility, longer time frames. Uh, and then kind of in the middle for everything else. You can adjust it as needed. That's one of the reasons I like it so much, is it's very easy to like adjust it on the fly for the stock you're looking at. And then you can confirm signals, like previous signals on it in the past, and see if they line up. Sort of like what I did with GameStop running up into like 824. For intentionally delaying MOASS, we have to buy more. A little extra for the gout meds as well. Thank you so much, Smack Factor. I appreciate that. $3 additional for gout medication. It's a huge help in keeping the uric acid crystals from forming in my legs. Side note, I don't have fucking gout. Um, People in Wall Street bets say Smell Direct Club is a long lost brother of AMC GME. I don't know about that. Do you mention how far out of the money you were thinking about for 19th of November and January 21st? I mean, not that far out of the money. Like, if I can buy shit under 200, I'm gonna buy it under 200. I like the E36 best. Bolani. I'm gonna buy them all over the place, but my core position is gonna be slightly out of the money. But below known resistance levels, right? So below 200, above 180, somewhere in there. I'll buy shit closer to the money on a shorter time frame, and I'll buy shit farther out of the money on a longer term time frame. Thank you, Adrian. Happy birthday to you as well, man. January 21st, 950s. No. I have an E46 3. Is it still worth buying calls on Spurt? A Nigerian girl I met online so she can get me some. I just need to send my bank details. I don't see what could go wrong there. Are you still smoking passion fruit mango infused with herring? What? Anybody playing CEI? Didn't that get rug pulled already? Yeah, prices are super low right now, but they'll be lower tomorrow and Friday. Maybe even Monday and Tuesday. Oh, the whole Head and Shoulders. Merc getting merked. Yeah, that's not looking good. I think I'm done losing money on Merck Pharmaceuticals. Or they can just fuck off. I would have sold these yesterday, but I would have gotten a GFE. What's this little fucker doing? Guess I can hold for a minute. Thoughts on Twitch source code? I don't know anything about it. What happened? They got hacked, right? Why do you love frolicking amongst the pores in the Discord? I frolic with all the groups in the Discord, JC. But I like to get down in the dirt, you know? I drew Head and Shoulders on GameStop. Plus records of payments to streamers. Jesus Christ. Maybe it was YouTube. They're trying to take over. Aren't SPXS only available monthly? Not true. You give one word answers until he knows you grace us with your presence. That's not accurate at all. Also, you guys get sweet fucking tendy making plays from Pickles Picks. I want to hear your bitching, JC. Intraday cup and handle on the STC. I'm not going to give you a response to that, Dr. K. Thoughts on J&J? They've asked the FDA for approval of a booster dose of their vaccine. I would guess it gets approved this fall. I mean, also just a solid long-term investment. Big Dilly style. Johnson Johnson also does very well during recessions. I mean, they are, JC. But you're going to make sweet imaginary tendies in preparation for making real ones. Expire next Friday. I'm going to roll them out as well, but they're up, but not a ton. Oh, okay, Mr. Diggs. Interview with Burry when? Probably never. I don't think he'd come on here. And every time he does an interview, all he does is talk about like his picks, why he thinks they are good, and why people should invest in Scion. Like he's the biggest shill for himself. He doesn't ever directly answer anything in interviews. And he talks about '08 for like most of it. What are your thoughts of Sora being the final character of Super Smash Brothers? I don't care. I don't like that game. Ooh, I have a lemon chia muffin that I'm gonna go grab. I'll be right back. Boom. You just killed me. I thought Cyan wasn't taking any more investors. When did they announce that? Oh. This was a mistake. Why does healthy food always taste like shit? Which membership gives Discord access? The like private Discord is Dillionaires. But the regular Discord's free. Cheap, healthy, good. Pick two. Jay Reed, I would say pick one is a more accurate statement. No, I've never liked Super Smash Brothers. Definitely not the fighting game for me. Hmm. It did fail the little triangle. And thus we redraw. Ew. To be fair, this high not hitting the upper resistance is not good. Just draw it till it becomes a pennant. It's probably gonna be more accurate. The same person who trolls all your DD posts. Yeah. He's fucking annoying. Yep. I bailed out of MRK. Mukbang special. Don't tell me what to do, JC, after you insult me. I'm gonna mute my mic while I chew now. How do you like that, fucker? Is it actually gonna break out, or am I just gonna sell these? Hey, look, my TA on Smile Direct Club worked for GameStop. You know what? Muffins are a terrible food. Have you ever thought that when I'm speaking in the poor channels, JC, that I'm just speaking to everyone? You're just mad that I'm not excluding the pores from our conversations. And that's small of you. Now get out of IRNT. I mean, I already got out of all my puts. I bet you're a Ryu guy. I mained Ryu, Cammy, and Cody in SF4. But I like Akuma. He's fun. Pretentious. You know, I went to a place for breakfast one time that had like it was banana walnut muffins, and they were sliced and like a loaf of bread and then fried in butter. It wasn't bad. I'm not gonna lie. It was some pretty tasty shit. What's up, Cool Daddy? Yeah, I played Third Strike. I just didn't like that game because it wasn't balanced very well. 40 characters and 3 of them were good. What was your league main? Heimer? I had a bunch. Who did I play more than anyone? Ezreal, probably. I think I had the most hours on Ez. No time for pets. That's amazing. Fan of SV. What's SV? Blueberry. Blueberries are great on anything. Get out of here, blueberry shill. I would not put either of those things on pizza. You know, somewhere I just have the correct pickle for this moment. Where is it? Son of a bitch. Oh, there it is. Citadel's algorithm works so well. Do you think GameStop will reach 1K based on fundamentals alone? Not for a long time. It's possible, though. Where do I put this guy? You know, he's too big. That's the problem. Shrink him. Right there. If you had 100K to use to sell CSP, what stock would you pick besides GME? Oh, GME. GME might be one of the best like cash secured put plays. It's the January 21st ones are too soon, Ed. So if I'm right about these anomalies, then January 28th would be the peak of whatever price action's going to occur. So 21st plays are too soon. Ideally, to play the January run, you'd wait until the February options open up, like the February monthlies, which won't be till like December, November, December. End of November, they should be open. An Ezreal pickle? That sounds difficult. Hmm. You going to school? Oh, no, yet. How many likes do we have? What the fuck, people? DeFi stock market win. You're sure what strikes and dates you're looking at for GME options? Been on and off the last few days. Thanks. Yeah, I mentioned it like 30 minutes ago or something, Blockplane, but nearer term, closer to the money, further out of the money. Looking at November 19th for an October run, and I'll probably I'm gonna buy some in January, but I'm gonna wait till February options open up, like the February monthlies, and I'll buy those to play a run in January. Hey, look at it go. GME is the best cash secured put play, Bones. It has very stable floors. While its peaks are risky, so covered calls are very dangerous. Cash secured puts on GameStop, especially at lower prices, are very, very profitable. And the worst that happens if it drops to that price is you buy 100 shares of GameStop. Why do you need likes? I don't. I just like them. Look, man, I can't create a like out of thin air. I'm like Kenny in GameStop stock. Of course it is. It needs to go up quite a bit more for my calls, I think. Wait, do I still have those? I have to check. How dare you say puts? What, cash secured puts are a bullish play. It means you don't think the price will drop below the level you sell them at. We'll Google cash secured puts after work. Thanks. No problem. And since it's the shorts who buy all the puts on GameStop, the premiums you're stealing are actually from the hedge funds that are most likely short the stock, which is great. Nah, you're way wrong. Puts are very bad for the stock. Come to my Philadelphia home and fight me, and maybe stay a while if you don't agree. I can't figure out who comes in to drop a dislike every day. It's like even before the stream. I think it's Matt Kors. It's Matt Kors or that shilly mosquito guy. You mentioned if we see a run up in volume tomorrow, it would help confirm that computer share might be a factor. Why tomorrow? I didn't say tomorrow. No volume tomorrow. I don't. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so if we see volume on Thursday again, it could be computer share that's creating those block orders and not FTDs. So last Thursday we had like a $20 run from our low. We had two. I know what you're talking about now, by the way. We had two large block orders of like 200K shares each, which caused like this big run up. Now that was T plus 2 from the T plus 69 deadline, right? Where we didn't get the necessary volume. No volume equals FTDs. So either those block orders were FTDs, or if we see it run up again this Thursday, well, actually that kind of just tells us that they're also block orders. So it's either they're trying to keep GameStop off of the reg show threshold list, or it's when computer share orders go through. You mean after he became a member and heard the song? Course announced yesterday he was going to cut his streaming time. Shill confirmed. He's made enough money. He's over it. Whatever. More people for me. I don't give a shit. Is it kind of crazy that 400K shares moved the price so much? Yeah. If you look at 1/7/2021, this might be similar to Thursday. Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, that also would have been T+2 from the expiration of T+69. Bo Bandy. So I that's what I think it is, but because I'm pretty sure that computer share orders every day. But if there's like a backup or they're having issues getting shares, there may just be block orders coming through for it. But I think it's just an attempt to keep GameStop off the reg show threshold list. Kirk's ego cannot be contained. How likely is that run up tomorrow? I don't know, Moon. It's just possible. If that's what they're trying to do, if they're trying to reduce the floating FTD total, then it's possible that they'll let it run before the end of the week in order to cover some of those FTDs. I'm hoping it doesn't happen because I want to buy calls and I don't want IV to spike. Ballpark it, man. Come on, my livelihood depends on it. Dude, I don't know. I don't know GameStop's like intraday floating FTD total. That's not information that's available. I couldn't even guess at it. Do you think short hedge funds will be successful at keeping GME off the reg show list? I think they might be successful at keeping it off the list this cycle. Maybe. Or at least until the end of the T35 like pile up. Or until the start of it. We'll see. It's hard to tell if they're actively trying. Like last Thursday seemed like an active attempt to cover something, right? But other than that, not a lot going on. And 400,000 FTDs isn't very many. It seems like a lot of the problem people have is I don't have 100% confidence in October, and yet I've told you about it. And that's because the visualization of this anomaly occurring is important to confirm the next one. So whether this is MOASS in October or not, if it happens, that lends a lot of credence to a large anomaly in January, right? Like that's like that means that like phase 1 is complete. Again, MOASS always in cycles of low probability to high probability. It's never a guarantee. How come the treasurer of this stream doesn't know what GME stock will do? But keeping it off requires buying in. Yes, which raises the price, right? VLCN, ripping and halting, don't chase. Have you finished translating the secret DD into all 48 languages yet? No. October is high probability. January is very high probability. Based on my current thesis, which could be, even though it all lines up and looks great, it could be completely fucking wrong, right? So a January MOASS is what we're probably looking at. Possibly. But it could, the point is it could come sooner. Are you still keeping any part of your theory secret, or is it all out there now? There's aspects that I haven't discussed, but mostly just because a lot of time was spent me trying to figure out how best to explain it to a large audience, right? There's aspects of it that are very difficult to just like, it would take me hours to sit down and explain, like, you know, uh share creation vis-a-vis ETFs, and how, like, there are transparent and non-transparent active participants in these ETFs, and what they're allowed to do and the time frames in which they're allowed to do it. Like, they have T+6 before they fail, and then T+35 and T+2 until that fail is fully complete and realized by the market. And that's different than MMs entirely, right? Which fail at a rate of T+2 from, the date of creation. And so, like, the methods in which liquidity is provided into the stock over the course of this whole thing, and like where, shares are hidden in these different derivative repositories almost, is really, really fucking complicated. And I have to communicate that to like thousands of people, and that's really hard. And so, KO, to answer your question, there are parts of it which I haven't discussed because I think that I've gotten it into a format where it can be easily understood. And so I see no reason to bring that shit up, because I think it'll just make it harder to understand the core of the thesis. Fine, fine. Just draw some triangles. Yep. I took my profits out of SDC. 40 bucks wasn't bad for like half an hour of watching the stock, right? Or an hour. Yeah. We have hours. No, because I've distilled all of that information into like as few rectangles as I could feasibly draw. And it's there. Like all that information is contained in the visualization of it that I have presented to everybody. And it is accurate and it holds true through every quarter that we have experienced thus far. Which, you know, my initial secret DD didn't even line up as perfectly as it does now, right? But as I started to understand more and more of the processes going on in the background, as we started looking into, swaps and futures and these other derivatives, and how do they create this short position? How do they continue to suppress the price? These are the questions that we were, actively trying to answer, and still are. I mean, there's still aspects of it that we don't understand yet. The information just isn't available to us. They're probably trying to get out of their $1 trillion deposit that they have to make with the Fed. Can we get the unedited cut with maximum triangles? I think I have some of them. Hold on. I might have a picture of it. Like the old one. It looks something like this. So that would have been really easy to explain to people. Hey, it looks like I got out of Smile Direct Club at the perfect time. Now that's a chart. Thanks, Chris, son of Dan. Sold SEC, SDC. Pump it. I mean, he says I'm not going to buy back in now.
Still holding iron too. Yeah, but it's not doing anything, right? Yeah, it might run. You know what? I'm not gonna fucking play this anymore. It looks weak. Either it looks weak or it's gonna rip super hard. Jesus. That's 650 is gonna be so hard to break. There's an 80,000 sell wall at 650. Fuck that. Thoughts on not holding positions overnight as a day trader rule? Hmm. I mean, if it's a day trade, then yeah, no. I agree. You shouldn't hold your positions overnight. Your name here. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's done. I appreciate the support, man. I think your charts look so similar. I struggle with such. I mean, how big wicks are, etc. What do you mean, Bob? I could probably help you out. DM me. Show me like a screenshot of what you're talking about. I could probably tell you what you need to fix. So SDC puts a failed test of 650. No. I mean, it still looks like strong, but like it's not moving fast enough for me to want to be in it. So like the interest isn't there, right? Like it looks like it's gonna like just keep retesting or moving up, but really, really, really fucking slow. And so yeah, I'm not ultra interested right now. It looks like most of its OI is out at like next week. So I'd imagine market makers are just gonna keep it at like max pain today. Yeah, I'm kind of over it. I made like $40. It wasn't terrible. I was just doing it for fun for the stream anyway. It's not like somewhere I seriously expected to make a lot of money. Rye with liver sausage spread. Interesting. You know what I want? I would want like cultured salted butter on like a pumpernickel with marmalade. Carl. And if you really want to spice it up, you could caramelize that marmalade a little bit in a high heat pan. Whew. Good shit. Hype me, daddy. Do the Dans count as a cult? I want to call them a faction. Does it look like Prague is going to run? I fucking hope so. No, it looks like shit. Maybe. There's a shot, but it looks like it's going to take a while. That share offering they did definitely slowed down whatever potential was there. You and Carl belong at a retirement home, marmalade and liver sausage. What the fuck? Hey, Spencer. Fuck you. You wouldn't know what it's like to have the acquired taste of a pigeon whale. Jeff Whitey has become a billionaire. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thank you for the support, man. CZ, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate that, man. Actually, you're good. Thank you. I appreciate the membership. Can you just play that low background chanting in the Dillionaire chat really quiet during the whole stream? No. That'd be weird. Cool, the memberships coming in. It's not even a green day. I think it's only been like 3 of them. A user. But I do appreciate it. Look at this. Gross. Do billionaires get more Discord channels? Yes. BBBY, is this the dip before it rips, or do you feel like they already covered there? They probably covered a lot of it. Also, they had shit earnings, and Kramer pumped them, so you can assume that they don't have that much short interest left. Whenever I hear that chant, I get some eyes wide shut vibes. Cleaners get access to the channel where they can actually hear Pi-Fi's mic. Dude, if you can't hear my mic, buy better fucking headphones than your AirPods. Or don't use a laptop to watch the stream. Laptops also have shit speakers. All the complaints come from people who use AirPods and laptops. You can also download a volume booster for YouTube to exceed your computer's cap on its laptop speakers. It's not iPhone versus Android. It's AirPod versus any decent headphone. Shut your face, Renzer. I'm going to use a volume boost on my microphone right now. How do you guys like that? Is that better? Are you deaf now? Now when the children construction workers scream outside of my apartment, it's going to deafen all of you. So be prepared for that. If Fidelity others are lending margin shares, how are apes covering those margin calls? I mean, their cost base is 160. Why are they getting called? I don't see anybody long GameStop getting called anytime recently on their margin. Crisp. I don't think I put on a volume booster and I turn that shit up to the max. And then the microphone's also all the way up. I can't possibly make it any louder than this. Sorry, I didn't mean to start a whole thing. Well, you did, Sal. Now you're in it. We ASMRing price points today. No, that was a one-time deal. It bored me. It was fun yesterday. Today it doesn't seem nearly as entertaining. Now the audio is better. Guess I have to go from 240p to 720. Is that tied to the audio? Like the video quality? Maybe that's what the issue is. Why doesn't, you know what it is? It's because I don't have like 100K subscribers, so my videos don't load at 1080p automatically. I think I've read about that. Although there's more conspiracies regarding like YouTube content creators and how YouTube's trying to fuck them than there are about GameStop. BBIG announced their deck. There is no dilution, and dividend is due October 22nd. Huh. Okay. Well, that's not priced in yet. Or it is. What does this company even do? Gross. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Huh. Your voice is fine. Everyone that disagrees has an opinion that's wrong. I like your take, Carl. At 32, have 2 quarters of community college under my belt. Is this enough education to get me head trader at Rentec? Velvet Jupiter, I feel like you're going to have to go a little bit further than that. If you're a trader and you're posting results, like someone will give you a chance. And then if you work at a shop and post good results there, then you can move up in the industry without like the formal education background. If that's what you're asking. Thank you for the donation. Start making secondary accounts. BBIG releases shares. Some folks seem to believe it's a given that if when the float is locked in computer share, Co and GME would do something, for example, notify the SEC. What are your thoughts? Why? Why do people think things like are gonna work like the way they want them to? They just like make up a thing and they're like, this is how it's gonna go down. That's like me saying like, oh, I put some socks on this morning. And so when I walk outside of my house, there'll be a car that I didn't order waiting for me to take me to a Starbucks where a girl named Wendy will perfectly make my drink, hand it to me. I'll get back in that car and return home all in 5 minutes. This is like, I don't know. It's just like, that's not how fucking the market mechanics work. The interests of GameStop's chairman of the board and CEO are not aligned with the interests of people trading their stock for a short squeeze. I don't know how to make that any more clear. We may share similar interests. No, the car never went in reverse. And if it did, I wouldn't be responsible. So Stop trying to champion people. It's ridiculous. DFV saw value in a play. Ryan Cohen saw value in a company. They bought it to fucking make money. So without a share release in June, 100% MOASS would have happened. I think we would have traded if MOASS didn't happen. I think we would have traded at a much higher floor through the period between the share offering and now, like above 200. I think it was the share offering compounded with the ETF rebalances that really fucked us. We also would have been balanced higher in those ETFs, like weighted higher without the share offering, which means BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street would have all had to have bought more shares of GameStop, which would have then run the price up more. I mean, a squeeze is good for them. I said we share some interests, some common interests, but others are completely at odds. GameStop just as badly wants us off the stock as they want the shorts off the stock, right? Because they want long-term value investors to come in and hold the stock and be there for the company's growth, right? Like all of us, for the most part, are going to sell the majority of our GameStop holdings during a short squeeze. We're going to buy back in, sure, and then we'll become the investors that they want, right? But currently we're not, and it's there's like our interests can't be aligned on that point, right? Do you ever short? I never short. I just buy puts. I hate like actually shorting. It's super risky. Also, downward movement in a stock is usually more dramatic, and so puts are better. It's possible, Smooth. Did you read the two-part DD about T minus 4 plus 180? I think it's titled Schoolhouse Rock. No, I don't think so, Bob. It's possible, Protege son. I've thought about that a lot. The timing of that offer was not only the timing of it, the rate at which it was sold was dramatic. Especially if you compare it to the 3.5 million they sold in the previous cycle, at a much slower rate. Like they sold hard and fast and at not even that great of a cost average in order to, it seems, bring the price down. I don't think they needed the money immediately, considering they still haven't really told us what they're doing with it. But the difference, Pico, is when you buy back in, then you become the investor they want. Right now, you're not. Do you like eggs? If so, how do you like them? All kinds of ways. Scott, omelets, over easy, soft boiled. I don't like hard boiled eggs. And scrambled seems like someone's given up, you know. Also, every time somebody I like get scrambled eggs somewhere, they're overcooked. Yes, just Ducky. That is why, because the potential losses are capped. We're not in a share offering now. Sure, right? And you know, they've raised capital off of, you know, our presence as investors in their stock, right? They've you know, the company has benefited greatly from our presence as investors, but ultimately, like, our plan is to sell it. And companies like that want that kind of transformation, like they want to be like Amazon or Apple, you know, where people are like, I'm gonna buy this stock and hold it for 20 years. They don't want a large amount of turnover in their stock. They want it to stabilize. They want it to stabilize and increase over time and grow. That allows them to bring in better employees and pay them with stock. Right now it's very risky. That allows them, you know, to secure more capital for future ventures. There's a lot of benefits to having that. Is IBKR actually the best broker for day trading? If they pass the debt ceiling, the market will probably rally pretty hard. I use TTM Squeeze, MACD, and RSI for day trading. Interesting. This RSI is fine for day trading. The other two are generally longer term indicators, Bob. But if they work for you, so like the people that have DRS some shares, I mean, those people can still sell their shares. It'll just be difficult, likely difficult to sell from computer share during high volatility events when there's a demand on them. Unreleased Steam competitor, something like an NFT used games market. Huh. Are you on top chat? No, I think I'm on live. Now I'm on live. Okay. Yeah, I was on top chat. I don't know how that happened. It's like I set it to live chat and it just like goes, maybe it refreshes the window occasionally. Biden wants to eliminate the filibuster instead of reconciliation, but he doesn't have the votes. Even if they pass at this point, the U.S. will have its credit rating downgraded. Why S&P hasn't yet? He should eliminate the filibuster. It's stupid. I'd be okay with them just getting rid of the Senate entirely also. Good. Now you can answer my question. Moon when? Bro. I don't know. You're probably fine today. I don't remember what your strike was. Stop being such. You've committed to a position. Fucking commit to it. I don't have a thing for Wendy, Dr. K. She just makes a fucking great coffee. No, I'm kidding. I hate Starbucks. I don't even go to them. High five forever. Can I get a degenerate gambler award for making $150 on Spy Zero DTEs today? My real dad thinks stocks are a scam, so I can't get one from him. Congratulations, Skona. How many used car batteries do you think I could buy after MOASS? Recharging the eels and giving the ocean a treat is more important to me, so I'd like to buy those and chuck them in the ocean. I'm pretty sure electric eels are a freshwater fish. I still make more money than Moonwind. He just talks about it more. It's okay, Mohadala. One of these days, the stock's gonna rip and Moonwind's gonna get assigned. And then we can all laugh and laugh and laugh. And then we'll feel bad for him. And then we'll laugh some more. He said it with disappointment, just like a real dad would. My shoe game's not nearly as on point as other New York City people. eBay, J Dubs, I'd imagine. I'm new to your channel, but I've been intrigued by the options rollover theory. Do you think this combined with large amounts of DRS could finally trigger MOASS? Possibly, Jacob. I have confidence in the things I'm outlining occurring. I do not have that much confidence in their effect yet. So I do not know how hard it will run. It has to run hard enough to create margin calls on the short hedge funds and market makers. So will this I don't know if this October cycle will run hard enough to cause that. But I think the likelihood of it happening is far higher in October. And January. Even higher in January. As long as they fail to roll. I guess the way to defeat that theory would be if they roll going into January. That would be interesting. But it's possible they can't with all the shares being TRS now. So the gamma ramp going into this roll date prevented them from rolling. And now with the DRS, that may be the thing that prevents them from rolling going forward. Huh. They'll mint the Trilly coin? I don't think so. But welcome to the channel, Jacob. Glad to have you, man. Don't ruin dreams with eel facts. Ocean battery for MOASS. Could the US actually default when my calls on violence potentially print? I mean, I fucking hope it does. I'm super short, like, all of the market. So if the market crashes, it'll be awesome. A little money help you buy more insulin. Thanks, Jay Fresh. Shouldn't you save that for your own shots, though? Or for the cancer? Because it's expensive. And they only treat it. Democrats use reconciliation. Debt limit instead of 3.5 trillion overhaul. Yeah, I know. Why are you so rude to me? Because I love you. Jacob, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. I appreciate that, man. Also, you publicly advertised losing thousands of dollars on Robinhood puts, which was funny. So you've made yourself a focal point of my angst. For good times, we've got beats. I have no idea about this, but how ridiculous is minting a $1 trillion coin? Probably about as ridiculous as the US defaulting on its debt. You're just jelly for Moonwind making $50 off the sideways movement. Why would it be jelly? I just sell cash secured puts. I know how to make money on sideways too. This isn't my first rodeo. The difference is if I get assigned, I own more GameStop. If he gets called away, he loses some of his GameStop. Or all of it. Mine's far less risky. And I could sell my premiums higher because I'm taking less risk. You would not ignore me, Pickle Man. I already answered you, man. I have my diesel generator hooked up with an extension cord down to the Gulf of Mexico. Eels, here we come. Okay, one more time. I'm pretty sure that electric eels don't live in salt water. I could be wrong, but I think they're like a freshwater animal, and they live in South America. I haven't seen Squid Game yet. Man, that's really popular. I'll probably hate it. It is your. You're incentivizing people to become Long Johnsons over zillionaires. The Long Johnson song is much better. No, it's not. The zillionaire song is a crescendo of Gregorian chanting, my good bean. Freshwater river fish. Boom. We sold cash secure puts on GME, of course. Eh, it's not that much money. Freshwater, usually living near power plants. It's not a Pokemon, Rockin' Rando. Dillionaire song is so lit, it makes me wish I wasn't a filthy poor. Johnny Dillman, I love having you here, man. Your name's great. Additionally, a like and subscribe are more than enough, dude. Don't feel obligated. Just gonna ignore JFresh's trolling. JFresh, don't you have did you have work to do? I thought you were doing work. You're just in here trolling the chat. You're supposed to be doing transforms. I feel like I'm not getting my value out of your free labor. My dad tried to create an infinite power machine, even went as far as paying someone 2K to write the blueprints to his infinite energy machine. Oh boy. Can you become an engineer and never take physics? Hmm. GameStop put a link to computer share on their investor relations page. Cool. You say GameStop, but really just like whoever manages their web page. Who plays you in the GameStop movie? Me. I can act, I think. I should be doing work too, but you won't hire me as your personal state cutter. I don't want to transform anything today. I have to pick up people up from the airport soon. Finish my morning meetings an hour ago. So you get trolling, and that's just how it is. All right, fine, J Fresh. Do you listen to music when doing DD? No, it would be distracting. I think a train conductor is technically an engineer, and you don't need a degree. I know somebody who is a train conductor. He's an idiot. Um, he definitely doesn't have a degree. I don't even think he graduated high school, actually. Um, but yes, that is accurate. Although not, I guess it's an engineer. Hmm. I don't like what you've presented. Flexing your biology minor again? No. Just admitted he's a paid shell actor. None that I like. I just admitted that I could play myself in a movie. I didn't say I would be paid for it. Girk has been acting like he likes all of us for 8 months. I think you should be played by Guillermo del Toro. I think I'm insulted by that statement. I just don't think another actor could capture my joie de vie. Can Cohen buy more shares at any time? Yeah. Like he could just YOLO a Billy? Not gonna happen. But he could. So could anybody else with $1 billion. Has JFresh given up on his T plus 42 theory? No. That's not how theories work. When they're proven wrong, you adjust them, correct them, and test them again. You don't just go, oh, that was shit, and throw it away. I mean, sometimes you do if it's really bad, but if you've gone beyond the oh that shit, I'm gonna throw it away phase, then it probably deserves more than one test. Every railroad job posting I've seen requires a bachelor's. Interesting. I can say that he does not have one. I am positive. His dad did it also, so that might have helped. He's like a legacy. I think they have some sort of union thing going on. He gets paid an unbelievable amount of money. No, I'm not an engineer. I think Tom Segura should play Gurk. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I gave up on Merc. I'm over it. I think you should be played by John Bernthal. I don't know who that is. I know Girk doesn't like me, but I bought his tolerance by becoming a billionaire. That's capitalism, baby. I don't hate you, Skinner. You're definitely not the most annoying person in here. Not by a long shot. Why do billionaires hate YOLOing all their safe money into GME to start MOASS so much? Because they have access to better investments. So, like, Elliott Wave guy? No, there's a difference between just, like, drawing lines all over charts and being like, this, and then going back and changing it the next day and being like, no, this is actually what happened. I was right. Altering the data to make yourself correct is not good. Not good practice. Also, Elliott Wave guy is just like learning Elliott waves in front of a captive audience, which is irritating. Nepotism? Yeah. It is the way of the world. I mean, the problem with Elliott Wave guy is he's so concerned with being right that he doesn't learn anything from being wrong. He doesn't even give himself enough time to be fully incorrect before he like adjusts things. I would also accept Meryl Streep to play me in the movie, but with the like, she's got to rock the beard. Are you going to NFT or pickle art? No, because NFTs are dumb. I'm hearing rumors that Zakir's primary wife will be played by Angelina Jolie. I heard, I heard that it was going to be Megan Fox. Rodrigo Junquera Reyes Santoro. That's who should play you. He was the actor who played Xerxes. Awesome. Billionaires do things like partner with shell companies or countries to buy estates and massive amounts of land for pennies on the dollar without taxes, and then sell rights to it for even more profit. This is correct. Nothing happening for the next 13 days. Oh, hey, Gaylor. Yeah, so now nothing happening for at least 2 more days. I'll see you next week. If you have 100K set aside for trading, What would an average versus minimum amount of cash available be for you? So like for personal use, if I had 100K set aside for trading, I would have at least like a minimum of 20, but more likely 40K like uh set aside like in savings or checking. To 20 to 40% of your total, ideally 40% of your total would be set aside for emergencies or purchases, bills, cost of living. I'm selling my NFT for 420 ETH. Are you interested? Nah. What better investment opportunities do billionaires invest in? Asking for a friend. I mean, they buy like liquidated assets and estates. They can invest in startups, um, like angel investing. They can invest in companies like pre-IPO, and then when the company IPOs, let retail bag hold while they make tons of profit. Uh, there's a lot of shit. You can invest in bonds, like heavily invest in bonds, and make shitloads of money there. The bond market's huge, and all of them very like a lot of them are very, not all of them, but a lot of them are very stable, safe investments, right? You don't put in the effort to become a billionaire to fucking lose it all gambling. What's up, Secure's wife? Mike Myers. Ugh, that'd be grating. Do you believe in the malaria vaccine? Like as like part of my faith, or that it's a possibility? I'm sure it's a possibility. What am I supposed to believe in? Like, am I for it? I don't know. Personally, yes. Economically, I think we have too many people on the planet. And malaria is very good at getting rid of some of them, but it gets rid of them in all the wrong places. So, but global warming is going to increase malaria to other places, right? Like it's going to spread. So that could be a benefit. Less people could be a good thing. He's only an 8-digit millionaire. Yeah, but he'll be a billionaire soon enough, right? Eco fascism is not the way. I just detonate a volcano to cool things down. We're doing that right now. Too poor for children? Said no poor people ever. There's definitely a strong correlation between education and wealth and the number of children had by that demographic versus the number of children poor people have. Poor people definitely have more kids. Gotta run. Apparently work doesn't like it when I watch you all day long. Later, Salmonella. Planning on buying a lot of land around the Hudson Bay and then develop it into a beach resort once global warming makes large swaths of the U.S. uninhabitable. Nice. See the documentary Idiocracy. That's a terrible movie, but the point it makes is interesting. Yeah, I've seen Inside Job. Someone wrote a really good review of it on Reddit once. Grandma had 14 kids. Can confirm I am the poor's. It's almost like education makes you less risk tolerant. If you think about children purely as an economic vehicle, it's okay. We're like in the next like 75 years, I'm sure we're going to figure out eternal youth. And at that point, just no more children. Have you seen the Burning Log show on Netflix for the holidays? It's one of their best programs. Promise? Promise what? Yeah, but Tendy Raider, the stopping the use of leaded gasoline also resulted in a drop in crime rates, which I think is far more concerning. It's okay. Now we have microplastics. So we're going to be just great. Like, you guys call me a narcissist, but isn't having a child just the most narcissistic fucking thing you can feasibly do? Like, oh, look at this copy of me. I'm so fucking great that I deserve a copy of myself. No. It's not even a good copy. It's like a shitty, mixed up version of all of your DNA. It's like the photocopier at Kinko's was dirty. That does it. I'm going to clone you against your will. Not if I clone you first, Ivan. Okay, Halfro. I don't know if that needed all of that, but cool. How many of those accounts were created between 2002 and February or September of 2021? Yeah, like, if you're not narcissistic, don't you just adopt a kid and give it a home? Like, take someone who already exists and make their life better. I understand accidents happen. People don't know how to use condoms, stuff like that. But I like the paradox of where we're running, you have more viewers, when sideways less viewers. While you will not be there during MOASS, thus it's during the downtime that we can learn with you. Well, thank you. Not a narcissist, I just enjoy the process. I'll tell you something my grandpa told me when I was 5 years old. Wear a raincoat when it rains. The bar's pretty low. Sorry, I'm dumb. Just trying to be cool. It's alright, Hafra. We still like you. Why is Raytheon part of the debt limit talks? Why not? Can you update the character counts for chat? Nope. That's a YouTube cap. I'd have nothing to do with it. You can email YouTube and bitch about it to them, though. I'm sure that'll bring about the desired effect, as your voice deserves to be heard, Corn Trader. Around 15K. Does nobody know? Is that you've just given me an arbitrary number for him? So I'm gonna go find the first CS post, transfer post on Superstock, and tell me what the number was. I don't think you drink enough water, man. You should drink some more. Thanks for the concern, Sahib. I appreciate that. I'll finally admit it. I don't even own GME. I'm just here for Pi-Fi societal hot takes. I knew it, Fluffiosa. Also, thank you to Fluffiosa for today's stream card. That was dope, man. Will you continue day trading post MOASS? Absolutely fucking not. Jesus, this is getting dark in here today. Why? How's the SPY looking? Like it can't break through 430. But it's holding. Flat. If people don't have kids, you'd have to grow your own pickles. That's fine. I was checking the reg show list and chicken soup for the soul is on there. Can I send my runs to your AOL account? No. There was an August post, like 45K. Okay, there you go. I legit wasn't sure if you would use this stream card. Did you presume that I could be embarrassed by things? I got a perm. Are you kidding me? You interested in the White House stream? No, I don't want to listen to Janet Yellen. Pretend like she's not just as corrupt as everyone else. It's a joke. People in charge ETFs can't paper hand. They have an obligation to hold shares by weight on the index they track. What they do is create infinite shares for fun. Again, I'll say this one more time. ETFs are the most corrupt mechanism currently in the market, or most corruptible mechanism in the market. Does it mirrors the stream price change more frequently than ours at home? Like he gets one more price action than we do. I have more data, so I pay for extra data, Jose. Yellen just said Jimmy will rip on MOASS Monday. Cool. Can you elaborate on the ETFs? I wish I could, Jacob. So ETFs are like Jedi apprentices that are in love with Natalie Portman. Okay. How soon do they have to add more? Quarterly, usually, Robinhood. It depends on the ETF. Some of them rebalance more frequently. What? Okay, average Joe. I've used your stream cards more than once, I think. I can only use one a day. I'm trying to be democratic with them. I googled ETF and I'm getting ads on social media for Mayo futures, liver spot treatment, and G5s. Bullish. VIX is up a little. DM it to me, Mohadala. Otherwise, I'll never find it. I assume your latency is lower too, since you're in New York. Probably gives you a higher tick rate. That's possible. Although I'm pretty sure that I'd just be routed through WeBull's servers, right? I don't have like a direct line to the market. Like I don't have a terminal. Are you taking bets on what time the debt ceiling will be raised? No. You can if you want, though. That's what the Discord is for. Silly stuff I don't want to be a part of. A price action today is exhilarating. I'm in New York as well. He's cheating. Shh. Thanks, Ann. That's why it's such a great logo, because it's unobtrusive. I gotta say, I'm weary of the apathy you seem to have with the debt crisis going on. It doesn't feel like the last government shutdown we had. Do you think they will allow for a default? I mean, it's possible. I guess I'm not overly concerned if it defaults or not. I'm already short the market, right? I'm prepared for them to fuck up. Uh, if they don't, I'll exit my currently profitable positions and play the long side. I don't really have as far as the US actually defaulting on debt or crashing and burning, I don't know what to say, Grizz. I don't think they'll allow for a default. I think it would harm them personally and, the people who pay for their campaigns. So I'm sure the pressure is being put on the resistant party, but they're going to toe the line as long as they can. I understand the stress if you work for the government or work with the government as a contractor. I mean, there's definitely issues there. Although, didn't like after the last shutdown, didn't like shutdowns start to become part of those negotiations as protection for the employees that could be hurt by it? So the effect would be lessened, ideally. No, I'm not saying those systems would work, but Spy broke 431. I see that. It's very interesting. Looks like McConnell is going to propose a short-term extension today. I have not, Bob Lewis, nor do I intend to. The thumbnail is disturbing. Fuck them for delaying the cat. I suppose I assumed WeBull would have this close to the exchange as possible. Probably. I mean, I traded when I lived in California too, and there's a minute difference, but it's minute, negligible even. It matters more for like high volume trading than it does if you're like swinging something for 30 minutes. And I feel like people that are always like scrimping to like save money on slippage just aren't very good at trading in the first place. Like if you're trading as an individual, you're probably never investing the amounts of money where you're really worried about that like $4 fucking. And if you're making like 300 bucks a day trading, you're either just starting or you suck at it. And you should probably find a better job. Less people have been calling you dad today. Not true. Is that a good or bad thing? I prefer to not be called people's father, but no one cares about that. That's why I choose to lose $300 a day so I don't fall into that category. Nice. I feel attacked with that $300 a day. I'm sorry. It's not an attack. It's just there's better work if that's the case. Like I see a lot of like day trader posts where they're like, oh, like I try to average $300 a day, and I have to wonder what the fuck they're doing. In a strange way, you created chat, so I guess it isn't wrong. Was what an accident. Stocks making weird noises again. Trash Jan, that's very, very cultish. Spy Pump and Dump relates to that thought you had about ETFs a little bit. How much capital do you need to comfortably day trade? I think you can start as low as like 5,000. Ideally, being able to like a solid risk management strategy requires at least 5,000, but that really limits your opportunity until you get above 25,000. It doesn't take long to turn 5,000 into 25,000 if you're on good plays, but um it does limit your opportunities. or you're taking greater risk in order to increase your capital faster. Dad, when will you be home? I needed milk for my cereal 4 years ago. Fucking children. But don't some days you make less and some days you make more? Sure. There's some days where I don't trade at all. I make nothing. But if you guys haven't noticed by now, especially the Dillionaires, even if you're just watching the Pickles like picks during the week, you only need one or two good trades a week to make a shitload of money. Like if you were in IRNT, you were short when I posted it. Even if you were paper trading, you were up 1,000%, right? And however much capital you put into that, as long as you're and there was no risk in the play, right? It immediately tanked and didn't stop going down for days. If you were in AMD or Tesla back when I posted that, or Home Depot 50 different times, or some of the swings on Cat, although that's been volatile, or SPY puts on Monday. I mean, you only need to make money one place. You don't need 50 fucking monitors, and you don't need to be trading 100 stocks at a time. All of that's just bullshit. It's like I can't tell if it's designed to confuse people or just to like people just don't understand. You just need one solid play to make money and in a week, right? You can put all 5,000 of that initial capital into one solid play with proper risk management. You're not going to lose a significant amount of it, right? And you know your potential gains. You can, if you're up 300%, you end the week with $15,000, right? Like it's you just put money into the right things at the right times, and you take more money out, and then you just keep replicating that money until you have a bunch of money. It doesn't mean anything. It's not very rewarding, but it's a way to make money. I could be way worse with this dad thing, but I want, because I just want you to know I could. Well, thanks, Han. Hang out, Jacob. You'll learn pretty quick, probably. Well, now I'm motivated to learn day trading. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome, Vanessa. How do you find potential plays, though? Like, what do you do to identify them? Research. All that is done to discourage people from day trading and overall participating in the markets. Well, it's dumb. I don't like it. So this is an infinite money glitch. Sort of. Are we still doing clip it? I don't think anybody's actively clipping the stream anymore. I think that's gone. But it looks like we're going to destroy some of Moonwind's covered calls. I'm just kidding. I prefer giving handies under the Verrazano for $5 a pop. Mr. Bathtub, do I have a group of people to introduce you to? Kirk was on a roll torturing my husband last night. That was a good time. I think B of A is going to start tapering anytime soon. Sure. CR has tweeted about ownership. Who the fuck is CR? Okay, man. Sounds like you did a ton of research, Stefan. Go nuts. Is Sam threatening to go from dad to full-on daddy in the chat? That's what it sounded like. How as far as taking out money when I'm up big? I've turned many 1,000% gains into 150% gains. That happens to everybody. You'll learn not to do that. Or you'll learn to buy bigger positions so you can scale out better. How did you identify IRNT? I feel like I've stated this a bunch of times. Roman Wad, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord and I will add you after the stream. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, let's get some more chance in there. IRNT was a product of investor sentiment being shaky as it had hit highs and not stabilized well. The valuation was high enough that they could have released shares at that point in order to capitalize on the momentum that they had. The market was slipping, which erodes the already shaky confidence in the stock even more. And it was a big pump and dump. So the dump has to come eventually. I bought it far out in the expectation that over that period of time it would drop. And it dropped far faster than I even expected. I bought puts for November. That was it. Technicals also didn't look great, so that backed it up, but they weren't the contributing decision. Do you teach people how to find plays? I hope that by communicating with each other, they will teach each other how to find them. But I give the picks in order for people to see what plays I've chosen and then investigate them, dig into them, find out why I chose them, right? See if you see the same things in the play I do, because I feel like that's a better way of teaching it than me just being like, oh, this is a thing to look for. Because the thing you look for is a constantly changing variable. It's not this. You can't look for one thing on every stock and be like, oh, that's it. Like, that's the thing I'm gonna play. That's how you end up like those guys making $300, being happy with $300 a day in gains, right? That's what they do. They have a scanner. They set it up. They try to play minute movement in stocks over a short period of time, and they're very happy taking like a $50 profit on a $200 investment. I don't trade that way, I guess. But I also think that's something you have to develop on your own. So ideally, the Dillionaire chat, I created it as a place for people to go and be among like-minded people and create, conversation that leads to better trading. And then each individual can develop their own format or style of trading, because I do feel like that's personal, and what works for one person in my experience does not work for another. And so I don't think that there's any linear way to teach how to day trade or how to make money in the markets. I think it's a combination of your personal knowledge and your personal experiences, along with market knowledge and technical analysis that you can like learn along the way. So VWAP down cycle, you just have to be in on shit before the institutions are in, right? Make money off them instead of off the retail traders that come in after they move in. No. Or predict what they're going to do, what benefits them the most. Subscribe to Pickles Picks and get rich? No, that's not the idea. Otherwise, I'd charge way fucking more money for it. What level do you think margin call might occur at? 355? No, higher. We already talked about this. The assets under management, unleveraged, between Citadel, Susquehanna, and Melvin exceed like what was it, $1,000 a share. Music, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. I appreciate the support, man. I love Gregorian chanting. Oh my god, that's the Pigeon Whale song. I figured it out. Paper trading is great, but until you start trading your hard earned cash, you won't truly learn the emotional aspect of it very well. I disagree. I think paper trading can dull that, at least to a degree, as you have so much experience doing the same thing over and over and over again that you're more immune to the shock. Like just watching the charts every day for many members of this audience, I guarantee, has created less emotion in the price movements of GameStop, which many of them are over leveraged on, right? So they're already in risky positions because they bought more than they can afford to. And you can say it's not you, but it's a lot of you. But watching the ticker every day dulls that. And the more you watch it, the more immune you are to those actions. So, but yes, you are in a way right. Until there's real money on the line, there is an emotional part of trading that you really can't experience. I think greed is the hardest one to beat. While I might not be very risk adverse to the downside, I will let shit ride a little more than I should pretty frequently. But I mean, everyone has a weakness. Do you anticipate good upcoming picks in the near term due to the market choppiness? Possibly. I'd really want to see a movement one way or the other, though, of significance instead of just chopping sideways. Like, sideways isn't even bearish right now, right? It's just kind of caught in between. It's very. I don't have a problem trading a bear market. I don't have a problem trading a bull market, but trading chop is shaky. Most people I know that professionally trade right now are like on vacation. They're not going to trade again until like January. Or until a market correction occurs. And I pretty much agree with that. Outside of GameStop, still a huge gamma ramp on Merc setup, though a lot of it has been moved to next week. Yeah, I think Merc will just trade probably flat through the end of this week. It might run a little tomorrow. Um, it just doesn't look great. There's still some range for it to come down to 80 before a bounce could really be affected. And even then, like a little below 80 is really where the first bounce could occur. Like this is a bump, right? You have a bump and then the run. I thought the run would reverse earlier. It didn't because bio stocks suck. And they only move on news and sentiment, and that's it. Like they don't move on fundamentals or technicals, so it's hard to trade them. Even harder to predict their movement in a short term. Bio stocks are much better if you're like a long term investor and you want to buy something cheap, and then hopefully it'll have a lot of growth in the future. Do you play news often, like in the Blizzard play? Sometimes. It depends on how much knowledge I have of that news outside of the article. Like on Activision, I know people who work there, right? Like you have to be able to take all of that shitty knowledge that you've garnered throughout your life that's basically useless and apply it to the markets, right? Because this is the one place where everything you've ever learned could be applicable. And that's what I love about it is that I have tons of useless knowledge, and here's a place I can apply them, right? Or I can apply it. And so like I know people who work at Activision. I know the work culture there. I knew that if something like that got started, that it would kick off into something bigger, right? And so when the initial rumors of it started spreading, I went short on it. Also, on a technical note, it was not looking great. It looked like it was due for a bit of a correction, and after it run up, there was a lot of room to the downside. So, I saw advantageous play there because there was such a big gap to the next resistance or support. Um, so it checked all the boxes, and I went in on it pretty big. And that's something that you get to do once you've been doing it a while, right? Like a few years in, you can start to slow down, you don't need to play every day. You don't need to be in a stock every morning, right? You can just pick and choose, and your ability to pick and choose what you want to be in becomes better over time. I'm not a bad trader. I'm just a permabull. So all I heard was invest in Pickles picks. Awesome. No, because I actually do think about how I choose them, and I choose each one for a reason, because I think there's something teachable in each one. Do you know day traders that play GME? A couple, but most don't have the money. I know some that did for a little while and got burnt. I post them every Sunday night in the Billionaire Discord. And then talk about them on stream all week for anybody who's not a billionaire or can't afford to be one. I'm going to get approved for options and YOLO money on next Pickles picks. Not the point, Mohadala. Warden did get burned, yeah. The worst part about Warden getting burned was he burned his whole following in the process, which was immature. Like you can give people information without inferring that they should do a thing, right? Like let them like you guys. I'm telling you, like I'm playing the next 2 cycles on GameStop because I have confidence in my analysis. Um, but that confidence could be just misplaced. It could be, you know, my own arrogance. And so I don't recommend anybody do that, right? It's just a theory. It's there. I'm going to be transparent and honest with what I'm going to do about like with that knowledge. And if you guys do the same and you make money, awesome. If you follow someone into something and you don't buy it, then you know you're already in a losing position. But that decision's on you. I can't control what people do, right? All I can do is dispense information. What you guys do with that, that's entirely your choice. You make money, you lose money. Either way, it's like you guys like I expected them to roll going into September. And so I took a large chunk of the money that I made off that run on the 24th and rolled it up and out, you know, which is extremely risky, right? That's who, yeah, dangerous play, and lost all of it pretty much. I made some money on earnings puts to kind of counteract that loss, but massive risk taken. Um, but I would never recommend that anybody else do that, right? It's super, even at the time, I said, this is super fucking risky. Does it matter? I want to make money now. My billionaire sub runs out on the 17th. Thanks, Han. Yeah, I'm pretty over SDC. It's got a double bottom bounce, but it looks like it's running out of steam. The market's still coming up. It could push through 650, but fuck, does it look super weak. I mean, there's still 50,000, 60,000 shares at 660. This is when an order book is useful. 16,000 shares at 653. Like, someone's gonna have to get really bullish on this to push it up today, at least. Gambling on your arrogance too. Just don't tell me about it. It was an entertainment channel. I've never made a losing play. Are all of your plays covered calls on GameStop that you sold on Fridays? That's just bullshit, Moonwin, and you know it. By the way, when are you buying your next set of puts on Robinhood? But think about selling parts of an options position. Would you sell the higher or lower cost basis position lots? That depends on your spread and your dates. If you're all on the same date, or like if you have a spread on one date, right, and you have like ascending strikes, you would sell these the highest at the peak, and then sell back down to the in the money ones, right? But if your dates are different, then that's a whole nother story. So if you have different expirations on those strikes, so like if your nearer term ones are like if you're buying multiple dates, it's probably because like closer term or cheaper, closer to the money. Right. So like say you were buying like 180s here, 200s here, and 225s here, then you would be, obviously selling the 180s first. Whereas if they're all on the same date, you would sell the 225s first. Did we already talk about Palantirs? Wait, what the fuck did Palantir do? Oh, thank God. Ooh, I should buy more of this. I'll just wait for a crash. GameStop just not trading any shares. What's up, AM? Yeah, I'm just gonna let the theta take away. I don't want to pay for it if I'm not gonna do anything with it, right? The glory of entertainment channels is the NFA. People in here have differing risk appetites. I didn't play PFE. You didn't catch much of Spirit. People in here believe in stuff like Zella. Yeah. Yeah, I took profits on Spurt early. I mean, they were good though. I had a lot of calls, so I was still okay with it. I could have made like hundreds of thousands of dollars on that position if I'd held it, but I was still happy just making the money I made. Right, I was up like fucking 600%. I do have some cash now. Oh boy. How do you cope with the confidence of your plays? I don't know. I just always assume I'm right. So you have to become a billionaire, then you're added to the Discord for it. Just not too familiar with subbing or Discord in general. So yeah, you go to the Discord, and then the mods or myself can help you. You essentially have to link your YouTube account to your Discord account. Leave his Robin Hood plays alone. Do you make significant money trading stocks? I haven't been, Jake, because I haven't traded stocks recently because I've been doing this, and it's harder for me to like trade like really tight intraday shit, especially while I'm streaming. I just can't. Like the lag is too significant. Um but I also have enough capital that I can just trade options at this point. So like I guess I take like a little bit of a loss streaming because I can't focus on what I normally do, but I'm able to make up for that by kind of tailoring my plays to the lack of time I have to pay attention to them. But both. I mean, I'll use options when I think that the when I'm options for me are more of like a representation of my confidence in a movement. If I think I have a solid thesis on a movement in a stock, I'm gonna uh, play options on it so I have a leveraged position, right? So I can capitalize as much on that movement as feasibly possible. Are you telling me to all in on hood puts? I don't care what you do. I want to be a billionaire because I think you're real. I appreciate that. But this is all I got at this juncture to spare. Thanks for being honest. Paul Greasy, thank you so much, man. You don't have to ever feel obligated to donate to this channel. I still make plenty of money from stocks. While I appreciate the support and it means a lot, there's plenty of knowledge that can be gained just by watching. A like and a subscribe are huge, but that's all that's really necessary. Do you think STC can do the same thing as Spurt? It could, but I think it's too early. And I think a lot of it will start running in after hours if it does. Harry C, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate that, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is done. Do you recommend paper trading over just using a small amount of capital? Absolutely. I paper traded for years before I ever used any real capital. If you have a problem with that, change the way you think about paper trading. You know, beat your high scores, start smaller accounts. There's a million ways to keep yourself interested in paper trading. Just know that every trade that you make paper trading will save you losses in the future on real money. If you're serious about it, you'll train for it, right? And that's what paper trading is. It's training. 10,000 hours, right? Whatever that stupid rule is. If you're going to pick up one call on GME with the intent to sell to exercise on the way up during MOASS, how would you go about choosing it? Just don't buy a couple shares instead. I mean, shit, just buy it. If you think MOASS is happening, buy a fucking 800 when it's running up. Like, if your intent is to buy one and exercise it, then have you seen the fine print about CS requiring a written form if you're wanting to sell your shares and the value is over 100K? Yes. I don't think that, I think that was proven to be incorrect though, or specifically for like employee stock programs. There's something else there, Jacob. Spy's just ripping. It looks like it's gonna test. It's gonna test 435 today, I think. That was very good news on it. If it comes up above like 434, I'll probably buy some calls. I might actually buy some now. Tis the 6th, right? Well, it might be too late. 8th. No, I'm not buying them on here. One sec. Just give me some padding. What platform did you paper trade on? There's FinViz. IBKR has paper trading if you have an account. TDA's really good. I don't use them, but for paper trading they're excellent. How long did you paper stream before you went live? 0 days, Ben Frank. As if you cut your hair so you would look less like Charles Manson. Don't get me started with your fucking husband, all right? Hales. It's just jealous of my Jesus locks. Tell him to stop marginalizing your interests. Take 8 hours of losing money to start killing it. You either paper trade or you run the gauntlet. Just yeah, I mean, I know so many people that are like, I'm gonna do that, and they threw $25,000 in an account and quit their jobs, and they were broke in a week. This is not like a high success rate endeavor for whatever reasons, lack of knowledge, lack of experience. I think the success rate could be far higher, and that's why I encourage people to learn. because even if you don't use your knowledge that you get to day trade, it will make you a better investor for the rest of your life. She's telling me my 950 calls will print. If you got enough time, it's possible, yeah. I mean, they'll print if we run to 350. Yeah, no problem, the dude. Have you seen the same question asked over and over on some poor bloke's live stream that smells like brine? Oh, thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. I will check it out. Harry, why don't you have the luxury of paper trading? Paper trading is free. And if you do it on TDA, you can rewind an entire day and practice in your free time. Everyone has the luxury. You just have to find a place in your schedule for it. If it's something you're interested in doing. If not, don't do it. It's simple. As was evident in the early streams, I have no idea how to do that. I still don't. I have all these sound effects and shit, but I still really don't know what the fuck's going on with streaming or understand it fully. I just turn it on every day and whatever happens, cool. Do you believe GME MOASS is 100% inevitable? Do you also believe that we'll have one last dip before the rip? I don't know about the dip before the rip, and nothing's 100%. I think it's highly likely that it will short squeeze, and I think that short squeeze would have significant upside potential, more than any other stock has ever had. But nothing is 100%. Not in the markets, anyway. There's too many variables. But it is likely. And if it's not, it's still a damn good long-term investment. I'm up a bunch. Give it a year, and most of you will be too. There's a lack of how to. So many scammers. Yeah, I agree. I think the first thing you can do to identify someone trying to con you in the world of trading or investing is if they promise to make you money with a pay by you paying them. Right? Like if you're paying them and they're like, "Oh, this will definitely make you money." It's a scam. Like 100% of the time. Because if they were making money with your money, they would be charging you a commission, right? Because then they would be incentivized to make you more money. So that's a really good identifier. If you feel like you're ever being sold a thing or a bill of goods or like a trading style, that's all bullshit. And it's the whole day trading realm is rife with it. It's one of the reasons academics look on trading as, gambling. Yeah, I do. But they're for 14. My calls are at 14, Robin. So, I mean, I have till next Friday or whatever. I sold the ones that were for this week already when it dipped. I still have calls on this, and I'm not sure if I want them. Like, I feel like I should either sell these. I only have 4, but I should either sell them or double down on them while they're dirt cheap. Like, I could lower my cost basis significantly right now, but it doesn't seem worthwhile. Like, the interest in the stock has definitely died off. It's just being algo traded now. It's whale toothing. GameStop actually looks great today. This is awesome. If we can hold 170 into the next run up, we're gonna run really hard. Baba's looking kind of good too. So GameStop's still just bouncing off the 160 here. So I think we're seeing some of that, but the bounce isn't very dramatic. Our other bounces had been stronger, like here and here. I think we had another bounce on the 160 EMA back here. No, that was the 120. Did we have another bounce on 160? Not for a long time. Not since Ryan Cohen bought in. But those two in June or going into August? Yeah, going into August were strong. Are you gonna keep streaming once if MOASS takes place? No, I'll be ending the stream during the event when it occurs. Bills pile it up. Just destroyed the educational system in the world. Thanks, Loki. How do you think about courses for like 2K? They're bullshit. Bullshit waste of money. If those courses teach you one thing, it should be that you could do more shit with your money than pay them. So my warrior trading courses was for nothing? Where would you say you've learned more, Mads? Here for free or there for whatever the fuck he charges? YOLO all in on $200 GME calls for next week. No, that's stupid. Why wouldn't you buy a safer options position? Also, the run I'm expecting doesn't end to the 28th. It's very interestingly designed to kind of dodge. Actually, something interesting I've noticed about those anomaly periods is they seem to dodge a lot of the open interest. Like the monthlies are still too far out and expensive, and the weeklies don't cover enough time frame. If I were gonna run a stock, that's when I'd run it. Huh. Wait, this is free? Do you feel that retail owns the float? Yeah, I'd say so at this point. I mean, just in here, we did like a poll and we were at like 1.3 million shares, something like that. Average. With like a high of 10 million. And the viewership was like not even that high the day that we did it. Would you say $20? Maybe a historic support resistance for Antero resources. I don't know the ticker. It's been running up, and it's spent a lot of time, a lot of 2018 flirting with 20, and hadn't been back since. That's a long time ago. Something changed? Did they release more shares? You have to look that up. It spent a lot of time testing that resistance, and then was devalued subsequently. Something happened. Like there's a reason. Not 1.3 million per viewer. Let's do that again. The poll, I mean. It'd probably be a little bit higher. Maybe on a day when we have more people in here. How many people do we have? Yeah, we only have like 900 people in here right now. At least over 1,000. I feel like if we did it now, most of the people that are like watching this stream 7.5 hours a day hold more shares than average, right? Yeah, we broke out of the wedge. We'll see how much we can go up. I'm really zoomed in, so chill out. We're still negative on the day. And that's not even the intraday high. What if people lie? I mean, it's not in their best interest to, right? Sample size on the last one was 750 voted. What's average? What are my thoughts on DRS? I've been over it a bunch. There's actually a thread in our Dillionaires that pretty much covers it. I think it's a possible catalyst, maybe a slower and a more underlying one, but yeah, I'm waiting to see more data from it myself, and I am not fond of their. I think their system for trading, for selling the shares, is their brokerage is inefficient and will experience severe issues during high volatility events. And so for that reason, so far I have not registered any shares. But if I see an effect on the FTD cycle, I'll throw some in. So I'm waiting for more evidence. I suggest that everyone do their research on it and determine what they think is best, as I do feel that there is some risk involved to the shares that you put in there, not to your position or to GameStop or the community or whatever other bullshit like Charlie goes on about. We all have a common end goal. I don't think people would lie. Yeah, there's no incentive to lie on it. Because A, the poll's anonymous, right? And then B, it doesn't even give you the exact like figure. So there's no like pride to be gained by it. You would only be lying to yourself. This is very interesting. That's quite some volume, GameStop. Hmm. It's not really affecting the IV. Rip then dip, close up 41%. Yeah. Flat, right? I said this week was going to be flat. It's been pretty flat. We're down a little. What was Monday's open? Monday was the 4th, right? Yeah. Monday open high was 176, and we're at 173. Yeah, it's been a fucking boring week. It's okay. We have to make that cup and handle. Okay, but if we're doing that every day, right? We're just like it's open, dip, spike, dip, spike, close. So it's just flat, right? You're just seeing like morning volume, midday, like afternoon volume, and then a little bit of volume before close. And then we move with the market the rest of the time. If I say something stupid, maybe he'll see me. I see you, Han. I don't know what you're trying to say. Charlie did a video. That guy's a nut job. I don't care what he said. He's wrong about basically everything all the time. He just makes shit up. And he's definitely got some sort of like paranoid, like ADD thing going on. So he just churns out tons of misinformation and doesn't understand what he's looking at 90% of the time. He's like trying to compare GameStop to some like OTC fucking pink sheet that, got delisted or something. Well, no, because cup and handles, when they break out to the upside, right? So then we would open, dip, spike, dip, and then break out up here and then close. That's a cup and handle. Okay, that's a relief. Yeah. He just like he's gone too far down his like DRS is bullshit rabbit hole that at this point like he's just continuing to be wrong in order to like save face or something. He could have just admitted he was wrong at any point and been like, oh, okay, maybe I didn't understand these systems are in place. I've seen a couple of his videos and it's just bullshit now. Like there's no denying that there is a real effect to share registry. As much as I don't like computer share, or I don't really want to put my shares in there because I'm a trader and I don't like having instantaneous access to them. Like that, I'm not going to sit here and like tell you a lie that there's just no effect to the FTD cycle, that it means nothing, that it's like some shill game to get everyone to lock up their shares. It's bullshit. There's a real effect. Multiple academics have written on it. There's been previous lawsuits in the past that have proven the effect that it has on short sellers. Can you please censor your drawings? Are you getting me worked up? No. I just think that people need to do their research before they jump in on like some group think, right? Like make sure that the risks associated with computer share you understand and you accept before moving your shares there. That's all. Wait, are we drawing butts now? No, we're not drawing butts. You can touch butts if you want, James. Not with me, but with someone else. Back when Charlie bit my finger, I kept saying, "Ow, Charlie, that hurts," but he kept doing it. Yeah, he's also linked GameStop to 9/11, which is beyond nuts. So he's just another loud outlet for mis or disinformation, right? Which does nothing to help this community and should not be supported. I don't care what you do with your butt, Calig. Cup and handle, not just what happens after a double top. No, a double top is it's a bearish signal, right? So you have two resistances or two tests of the same resistance and then a failure. Triple top, same thing, with one more top. SDC broke 650 and is moving. Cool. It's 30 compelling. He lives life like he's just flipping between Wikipedia pages in a constant stream of consciousness, and thus it's all connected, like Pepe Sylvia. Yeah. Yeah, he draws a lot of correlations where there are none. He should have just stuck to reading SEC filings. So the 100 shares of SDC I bought because some guy on Wall Street Bets said the squeeze is happening isn't research? No. Although there's money to be made on that kind of sentiment also. Definitely not fucking research. Thank you for the donation, Velvet. He's a pretty good systems admin for Reddit since the servers are in his basement. True. But I do worry about his need to protect them with a firearm. Is divergence and hidden divergence one of the only ways to predict the future using lagging indicators? I keep coming back to this. When I see divergent price action, seems to follow after. See divergences, price action seems to follow after. Except when they throw false signals, Stefan, which happens. So you need to be aware of those. But yeah, history repeats itself, usually. I thought this was a family channel. What are we talking about? Oh, crazy conspiracy theorists, Stevie Rhodes. VWAP's important, yeah. Each one does a different thing. I have some extra up that I normally don't, like the EMA 120 and 160, but that's because I was looking at longer timescale shit. But yeah, VWAP's very important. If we start to experience volume and volatility, the EMA 30 and 160 can be important as they can represent, all of them sort of represent a floating support resistance area, right? Is a good way to think about them. Check SDC. Looks like it ran a little. It's coming up, but so's the market. So I'm gonna consider backing out of some of my puts here in a second while they're still in the money. The debt ceiling presents a risk to my long-term short position that is currently up a bunch. So I'll be moving out of that into a call position if I think this is testing with some significant strength. I should probably be watching this actually. But the difference is Burry knows what he's fucking talking about, and he's wicked smart. What are you talking about? Inverted wizard hat or Charlie surprise formations? All highly rated intraday formations. Do you keep the knowledge of these behind a paywall? Dr. K, you're a subscriber, so if I kept the knowledge of them behind a paywall, you'd know about it. You give me a lot of shit, but you've been here since like day one, man. I don't know if it's just you like the abuse or you like giving me shit. It's one of the two. But if you ever pour pancake batter into hamburger toppings and feed it to your family again, I'm going to call whoever protects families, some agency. I'll figure it out. Wicked big tit. Dr. K for a ban? No. Do you know of E-Trade outages? I can't get in. A bunch of online shits experiencing outages right now. Admit it. You keep secret, hidden day, forbidden knowledge of highly accurate intraday TA formations only for the pigeon whales. Dude, the pigeon whales spend most of the day drunk as fuck. It would. They're they're already rich. They're not fucking interested in intraday technical formations. Futures end of T35 is on 1013. What? The T30, yeah, that's when it begins, Lila. 1013 is the first day of FTD fails from the futures rollover date. Followed then by the 21st, I believe, is the T35 expiration from the futures expiration date. And then there's a T+5 window in which failures occur from ETFs and market makers, both. And then that next date is on the 28th, is when it should all finish playing out. There's a paywall? No, there's no fucking paywall. Okay, Spy's getting rejected. My local news today, a man claims that a cult leader had his family taken away. I remember when everyone was turning from margin accounts to cash accounts. That strategy proved to be futile, except especially with a lot of going on with the DRS route. No, I don't think so. I think there's an advantage to DRS over just buy and hold in your brokerage account. But at the same time, I don't see Fidelity's shares to borrow reducing in any significant fashion besides borrowed shares, which are then returned. So I'm guessing that, Fidelity was following their legal obligation and promise to their customers to not lend shares on a cash account. But we'll see over time. If that number reduces significantly without us seeing any effective shorting, then it's possible that Fidelity was lying. But I don't think crime is the answer there. It's true. I'm currently inebriated, and the only cup of handle I care about is the chalice I drink from. Run a poll. How many pigeon whales are aware of the reverse gear in their car? Deleted it. It seemed a little too mean. No. Thank you for supporting the gap between P-dubs and plebs. Cars reverse. Yes. Spy is back above 434. Are you gonna do? I already did. I didn't do 0 DTs because it's too late to buy them, but I have them for Friday. I bought 435s for Friday, so mostly just so I have a little time to close my long positions, my long short positions on the spy while they're still in the money. Because if this fucking bill gets signed, it's gonna rip. It's gonna be annoying. Then I gotta sell everything and buy back in. Which means I'll have to time yet another peak on the spy. My Ferrari doesn't go into reverse. Does it go forward? It goes forward, but in the direction of behind you. Why would a car do that? So you can maneuver it. Tell me more about your long shorts. Didn't I post the position already? I have January puts on the SPY. I have SPXS and SQQQ calls. I have short puts on TLT and HYG. Is there anything else? Oh, more recently, I bought some puts or calls on FAZ. And I have some kind of far out VIX shit that's way out of the money. Are you referring to the bill that McConnell is proposing or the debt ceiling? Either one. They extend it, it'll go up. Just on the sentiment alone, that everything's fine and the problem's fixed for now, even if it's a temporary fix. Was GME your biggest position? Yeah, by a lot. I think my next biggest position is AMD. Let it be known that this is a monumental day. We have recruited another Crawford. Oh, jeez, I can't deal with this shit. All right, no more, no more, no more of this. Why are you so bearish before January? I'm not. Oh, you mean on the market? Because it's shitty. It's got a lot of problems. Too many to even describe at this point. A user, don't foment this, all right? Check DM, check DM, check DM. Okay, calm down. You're like a child. Not bad. I'm not Scottish, but I like Scotch. Am I a Crawford? Sounds like it. Not your father. Win-win. And why not let the Crawfords and Dans go to war? There can only be one left standing. That's the problem. The Crawfords don't stand a chance. There's only 3 of them. The Dans are ravenous. They'll empty the Crawfords of bull mayo in minutes. Seconds. If it's a concentrated effort. Can you put on a 10-hour loop of the... Okay. Nobody ever said that about the 3 Musketeers. Yeah, but there were 4 of them. And D'Artagnan's already joined the Dans. Who leads the Dans? Daniel Taylor, ham sandwich. No, what? I'll never do that, Velvet Jupiter. I hope PNC is on the wrong side of this trade. I hate those motherfuckers. Interesting. Like the bank? Who calls me? There he is. Leader of the Dans. Well, hello, OG Dan. No, there's an actual Danielle. She's in here somewhere. Or I pissed her off and she left. It's one of the 2. Where's your queen, Daniel Taylor ham sandwich? What did you guys do with her? There are many more Davids than Crawfords, but we are a chill people. We do not form subcults. Respect the great cult at large. Should I get out of my hedge while it's still in the money? Or is it going to bounce? No idea. I am the queen. Ew. But you're a ham sandwich. You need to put Taylor ham in quotes and remove the hyphen. Ooh, Daniel Taylor. Daniel Taylor ham, Earl of Sandwich. No, it's too much. Don't do it. Do you have a video that explains indicators or one you would recommend? No. No to both. Investopedia is very good at explaining indicators. Go to their website, type in the indicator, and learn all about it. Okay, ham sandwich is not a gender. What do you want? Jesus. I don't know. All right, Daniel Taylor. I just want the Taylor ham aspect of the name to be highlighted somehow. Backside Snap, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Here's a chant for you. I still can't get over the use of didgeridoo in this. Thank you so much for the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll add you to the Billionaires Country Club, where you can join your fellow brethren in stock analysis, the endeavors of trading, or just shitpost a bunch. It's up to you. Is the official name of our... It's not a cult, all right? There's no cult here. This is simply an infotainment platform. And good times. It's a cult, but like a cool one. Opinion on mint chocolate. Not my favorite. What's your spy target for tomorrow? That'll depend. If they pass an extension on the debt ceiling or something relevant regarding the debt ceiling, I expect it to rip. I expect it to rip hard and long. And the Johnsons to be numerous. Especially to Daddy's Little Nut Meat. I did not tell you to buy robes and cloaks. If you've chosen to purchase a wardrobe independent of this stock stream, and you want to wear robes and cloaks about your house, that's up to you. In no way does that indicate membership into some sort of pickle-themed or financial-related cult. Can we pretend it's a cult for Dax? Dax, shut up. Thanks for confirming the name. Now I can tell my wife. Dan Hamwich Taylor. No, now you've done it all wrong, Daniel Taylor. God, it was better before. You fucked it up completely. It's the Taylor ham needs to be highlighted. Not the Hamwich. Dan Taylor ham sandwich or Taylor hamwich. Up to you. I like Taylor hamwich. I'm not gonna lie. Daniel Taylor hamwich. That almost sounds like a real name. Would that market resurrection bounce provide a springboard for GME? No, because GME's under 1 million volume today. GME will go up, but just like real slow. Like it's being dragged, not running with. You know, like a puppy that doesn't know how to walk on a leash yet. And its owner is in fact a child. And you have to be like, hey, don't drag your dog. Girl, not Taylor Ham. See, this is what I love is it pisses off the New Jersey people. Chucky Seki, I bought into a play on Coors, but now their investor outreach program won't stop sending me gift baskets of bananas and mineral oil. Please advise. If you send them a live duck, they'll cancel your membership and send you a thank you letter in about 3 to 6 months. Sentences you thought you'd never say. IV is high. So to get into firm, is it running? Ah. Looks like it. Yeah, looks like you missed about a $10 run up there. Or, you know, a $30 run up there. What's the upside on this? Yeah, the IV is going to be too high. I guess you could buy stock, but, you know, $10 a share doesn't seem like a super good deal. Oh, we've got Power Hour. I gotta play the Power Hour song, and I gotta update Reddit. Graham Crawford. Please, for the remainder of the stream, can you put up Crawford Haggis Pickle? Hail the Crawfords, kings of all things Scottish. Oh, and welcome our new recruit. I'm not going to support your succession from the Pickle Union. Secondly, I didn't save a screenshot of the Haggis Pickle. And thirdly, thank you for the donation. That was a thank you, but you get nothing. Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Perfect. That's amazing. Biden mentioned the market taking if the government defaults. Pretty bullish. To the bear side? People do understand that if the market goes down, GameStop will also go down, right? At some point, that may trigger GameStop going up a lot. But first, it will go down. Kirkshire Hathaway. Let's say you ran a cult. Would you be the kind of cult that made all the members wear bed sheets, use ropes as belts, and make the women not shave? That sounds like a disgusting cult to be a part of. No. No. If I were to hypothetically run a cult, none of those things would happen. Unless the women didn't want to shave, in which case it's up to them. It's their fucking body. What is everyone dressing up as for Halloween? Maybe we should all dress up like we're in a cult with Praise Be Lady VWAP shirts, and then after Halloween, we will have cult garb. Are you setting up some sort of thing with your husband, Hales? Because if you are, I'm down. I'm down to. I'll send you some pickle related robes, whatever you need. Just let me know. Wave at the drone. Does he want to do like an eyes wide shut role play kind of thing? Can you do any tricks yet? I can kickflip and heel flip. Still, as fat as I am, I can still do it. I did it like 2 days ago. I'm gonna dress up as you. Thanks, Flaccid. Yes, we are down. Still waiting on my pigeon whale costume. Someone here said they could make it. Didn't I show you the prototypes? You insult me, Graham Crawford? I will destroy your tiny clan in a heartbeat. We will pillage your field and marry your women. Because they deserve that. You're not fat, you're thick. Thanks, Carl. Don't test me, Graham. Ah, here it is. It's just an idea, like a mock-up of probably the first item that'll go on sale in the in the merch store. Just enact Prima Nocta on the Scots again. It will trigger centuries of submissive behavior to the English. David El Cinco Herrera, it's a pigeon whale. It only needs one hole, the blowhole. I'll go as pineapple pizza. I'll take 10. Suppository with wings. I didn't know you and DFE were both 6'3". Why not? Listen, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told DFE when we posted this photo. Um, it's a job, right? It pays money, it pays damn good money. You just fucking get it over with. How do people know how tall DFE is? Does anybody find that weird? Like, I know how tall this investor guy on the internet is. People would know you're only 6'2". That's my greatest fear, Carl. I need a big stick thing for my costume. Whoa, Han. Not the place to advertise that. Mitch McConnell eats lettuce and strawberries. And I believe you're thinking of a husband pickle. Got a gag order by the mods. What's that all about? Even Longshanks can gag the Crawfords. All right, that's it. You're getting. I don't like this Scottish insurrection. Silence, Scots. Is Hand Banana's name a jerking off joke? No. Nobody in here's name is implies masturbation. Scots have a long history of not being silenced. Did you just take the Crawford's freedom? Just one of them. He was getting mouthy. It's not like I drew and quartered him. I feel a bit pull deprived. Have you ever banned a Dan repeatedly? It just creates more Dans though. It's like feeding Mogwai after midnight. If you want gremlins, that's how you get gremlins. Republicans leaving Senate to suspend debt ceiling postponed. What? You can gag me, but you always take my money. That's true. Yeah. Oh well. Thank you, Graham. I appreciate that. You're just getting a bit big for your britches, is what we say here in America. I can't believe people are saying no. I can. I heard that go oof. Well, you know. When ASMR price updates? 169.85. I'm hungry. What should I eat today? Oh, I should order. If I order food now, oh, you know what? I have food that I need to eat in my refrigerator. Don't want to though. I just had a greasy man jump out from behind a dumpster and ask if he could have a puff. I told him I don't smoke, and he said it didn't matter. Is that a Dan, or should I alert the authorities? Sounds like a Dan. Was it at a Wendy's? Or was it just a random dumpster? Sometimes they get lost. Chicken korma non-bread. No basmati rice. Your ASMR price updates remind me that I'm only straight for Gurk. Okay. Well, thank you. Your girlfriend? Who's girlfriend? What? Eat the fridge food, be a grown up. But I like to just put it in the fridge, like I'm gonna do the adult thing and eat my leftovers, and then I throw them in the trash, like an American. You asked her you should eat? You said I have a girlfriend. Fucking sweeping assumptions, hand. Sweeping. Well, I have Chinese food and pizza. I never said I had a girlfriend. I said it was complicated. Maybe if it was a ruse to stop us all from flirting with you. It didn't work. We do an ASMR show tomorrow. No, but there may be more mukbang. I've decided that I'm going to turn this into a fine foods mukbang channel. I'm going to order from the finest New York City restaurants and eat it in the mic until GameStop MOASS. Don't question my decisions. I've eaten pigeon at a Kentucky Fried Chicken franchise in Dublin, Ireland. Interesting. Squab is the word you're looking for. Claridge. My husband got me a Dyson for our anniversary. Are you just married to the most sexist man in the country, Hells? Who the fuck gets their wife a vacuum cleaner for Christmas? You should have beat him with it. What a shit gift. Like, here, clean my floors, wench. What the fuck? I need to have words with this man. I hope so. I wouldn't buy one either. They're over-engineered garbage. Yeah, when they do, but then you buy them something nice and then buy them a vacuum cleaner at some other point. You slip the vacuum cleaner into another purchase. You don't just, here's a vacuum cleaner. Well, Carl, that's an opportunity to tell her that you like it when she dust busts the corners of the room. You know, slip in a compliment once in a while. Don't be afraid. All vacuums should work on hardwood and carpet. What about their hand dryer? Those things are disgusting. Have you ever seen what collects in the bottom of them? News report about DFV calling January an anomaly. What? Hold on, Freebs. This is the most important thing anybody's saying in here right now. Add relationships chips to your stream description. I dated a girl whose last boyfriend bought her a set of pot and pans for Valentine's Day. I kid you not. He was a very rough act to follow. Oh, he was not. He was not a rough act to follow. Yeah, that's pretty easy. If you guys want your wives to have boyfriends, this is how you get your wives to have boyfriends. Well, your wife's clearly insane, B-Jets. I don't know what to tell you. She just likes a clean floor. Some people don't have any vacuums at all. So buy them one. Yes, yes, we know Hales, but it's fun to give him shit. Yeah, she's totally in love. Lame. I mean, he did buy you a vacuum cleaner for Christmas, so. I don't know, Jim. Not to bash on people that are polyamorous, but I've only been polyamorous when I wanted to sleep with someone else. And then I've, attempted to make a case for polyamory. I'll tell you, don't date Puerto Rican girls if you're trying to make that case. They will stab you. I think it's a punctuation error. I got all hyped up. What do the multi-blues do, and why do they need an on-demand poll? I don't know. We just made a poll to find out if they should get polls, which also in turn gave them a poll. And so now I know that no one wants them to have polls, or the majority of you don't. And they also got a poll, so everyone's happy. Did you get stabbed? Maybe. They'll stab you for other things. Usually those are threats. Sometimes it's real. It's hard to tell the difference. Wouldn't have gotten stabbed if you bought her a vacuum. I definitely would have.
I like your take on it, Spencer, but unfortunately, it's not that interesting. Those are the kind of tips we pigeon whales need. She beat me with a slipper? No, I'm not into that. I guess if I'd asked, but that's not fair, Dr. K. Like, I could kick your ass, but I'm not going to hit a girl. Butter a case of a dope. That's just racist, user. Get out of here, Kinza. I've never felt more seen. Good for you. But I'm going to take back my time. Would you hit a hedge fund manager causing you to lose money? Maybe. I'm sure my phone is listening to me, and now I will get ads for strap-ons. You didn't before? Really? Today I've never felt more ignored. Han, you got to get over yourself. Just banner, Carl. Look, here, I'll do it for you. Any Dan's selling hot foot pics? Always. What'd you do before you started trading? A lot of shit. Right before I started trading, I was working in logistics. Yo, Pickle, you get your eyebrows done? You looking mad scrumptious, not gonna lie. No, this is how they grow naturally. I'm just actually blessed. But thank you. Your opinion, which indicators work are best for observing divergences? MACD seems to be working. RSI seems to be working. What's your opinion? And both of those are fine. I don't like RSI as much. I mean, short time scale, it's fine for observing like bearish bullish divergence. MACD is probably better. Just if you're looking for an indication of divergence though, or an accelerating trend, you could also use DMI with ADX. That's one of my other preferred ones. I actually like that better than RSI or MACD, but I'll use both to confirm.
Pickle logistics. Let's start a new show where called the Pickle Artist, where Gert gives us dating advice. Zakira's my Christmas gift, and baby number 4. I mean, baby number 4 for you, Zakira's wife. It's like, I've heard rumors of there being up to 17 babies. Zakira's baby interest far exceeds the reported value. Nicely done framing the webcam. It's actually the delta between the two, Stefan. And then ADX for the strength of that trend. Hey, now. Secures other wife. Our 8 children are starving over here. Secure's life sounds exponentially more expensive than Moonwind's. I know. No, I just tried to be cute and wholesome with Gurk earlier, but he ignored it, so I was bummed. And you can't expect me to just read everything you say when you're trying to be cute and flirty. It's I have stocks to focus on. I'm confused by what you said. Time for me to hunt on YouTube. All right, man. It's the delta between the positive trend and the negative trend. It tells you the direction of the trend. If that delta is positive or negative. The difference between. Does that make more sense? What a handful. I'm still not sure how this storyline came about. Somebody donated saying they were Secure's other wife, and then I got a flood of donations from your other families. Charlie Guy Manson.
How does one date while rich? Tinder? Just I want to call it dating. Don't expect to have a lot of like meaningful encounters with the opposite or same sex. Try playing more hard to get. He's competitive and he needs a challenge. That's not entirely accurate, Hales. But I do like a good challenge. I really enjoyed when we got to see Zakir's other wife's boyfriend. Kirk and Zakir's orphan, but I miss you, dads. DMI has many lines. It should just have two. You should have a positive and negative, and then ADX, which is completely separate. But it overlays them if you open DMI. Van Hills. I want multiple lives, but I think they would gang up on me. Sounds like the point. I just want to advertise their wealth on dating apps. Expensive clothes, expensive cars, big houses, yachts, I'd imagine. It seems easy. You could rent most of those things. I said joie de vie. It's like my joy for life. My passions. I didn't say vis-a-vis. Did I say vis-a-vis? I probably said it too, also. Why would the Delta show us 500 on? It was probably a bug, Steven. I don't know why it would. That doesn't make a lot of sense. You'll run into a lot of bugs on paper trading platforms as far as tracking real market data. Fuck, how did that one find us? I don't know, man. Did you do? I told you not to do any 23andMe tests. You can't put your DNA in the system like that. Raya is the dating app for the rich, but that's for dating other rich people. Why would you want to do that? You're not gonna be able to do anything. They're just gonna be like, "Oh, you have a private jet? That's boring." My daddy has a G5, and you have this like shitty Gulfstream. Like, yeah, it's not. Ew. Why would you want to date rich people? I would just pretend I'm poor and be like, "Ha, surprise, I'm rich." Because I think that'd be fun. Like really poor, like a struggling musician who's getting thrown out of his roommate's house. I do a 23andMe test every other week just to make sure nothing's changed. You get abducted by aliens a lot? Corn Trader, have you DM'd Crayons? He's 100% Pomeranian. You guys might get along. Stop stealing my ideas. You're living in my head rent free. I want to call it rent free. I've profited. I bought HNT, remember?
just go to the local dollar store and slap $100 on the counter. I can change your world. David Herrera, that's Freg's move. All right, don't steal it. I know where you learned it. And he pulls out his dollar store master platinum card when he does that. It's shiny. That's why I've decided not to become a struggling musician and just to become a hi-fi only musician. And it's appreciated, Ben. Your tunes have brought hours of joy to this channel. Wasn't there a dating TV show similar to that? Girls competed to date a rich guy, but he turned out to be poor. Then at the end, the TV studio gave him $1 million and he became rich. I don't know, but if there is, I want to see it. I mean, it doesn't fit in a wallet. It's designed specifically so that it does not fit in any standard size wallet. I have no tips. I trapped Zakira the baby. He learned to love me. That's amazing. Well done. Am I the only one who reads while driving? Probably. Seems dangerous. If you don't show up one day and chat Velvet Jupiter, we'll know what happened. My plan is to unironically become a full-time music DJ. All right, well, you know, to each their own. Why have you not sent me any dope ass tracks? You could be getting free publicity every day. Why are you just jumping right into marriage, Visceral? I want to do the starving musician thing without needing to starve. It makes me think you may not have the tenacity for the career you have planned. I work full time and do college full time. Remember that guy who used to make the pickle podcasts on Dillionaires? What the fuck happened to him? Those were amazing. Today's potential is today potential a I said we green today kind of day? If so, I'm definitely drinking copiously, but we're not green. We're down 1.39%. Who are the 300 savages that said multi-blue should not get on demand pulls? I don't know, but I'm closing this pool. I said we're still trending up, my dude. Well, we were, and then we stopped. Flat. I want us to close at 169.69 just for once. I know it's a little bit down from where we're at, but I think we deserve it. CEI, too late to buy the dip. I thought it got rug pulled already. What's going on with this stock? Why is everyone so fucking interested in it? Gross. It's like 90 cents. This whole thing's a dip. What makes you think this is gonna stop? It's not like it's retained a high even once today. It looks like it's crashing and burning, if you want my honest assessment. Oh shit. I will also take 174.69 as a closing price. Was Multi-Blues a Pigeon Whale? Then also no. Pigeon Whale is the only on-demand group. Multi-Blues for polls. Thanks, Silence. I appreciate the donation. I'm glad that you found a new cause. I told Dave he should make a YouTube account to hang out with us, but he said no. Why? Is Jimmy about to show up on BBKC? I haven't actually checked that recently. Let's find out. Not looking terrible there. Look at all these lines I've drawn. I've got to get rid of one. Let's get rid of this. Son of a bitch. Oh, there it is. No. It is not. Looks good on TTM, but BBKC not so much. Maybe on like the 4-hour? Nope. Although it should be, right? Oh wait, no, that's the Keltner. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, no. Not yet. If we stabilize here for a couple more days, maybe. But TTM was looking good. Today might kind of counteract that. Oh shit. Keeps up doing things. We're gonna try to close up. One more up day. Actually curious about something. So we're 3 days out from the rollover right now. SPY coming up also. GME. I need to look at something here. How many days did we start running before? So this is today on January's price action. So that would be Monday, no, Friday, and then Monday's up, Tuesday, Wednesday, Interesting. So if we could close a little bit up today, that would be cool. Spy's still struggling to... God damn it. There. Ding ding. Yeah, today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Oh, that's right. Today's not Thursday. Thank you. So maybe tomorrow? Tomorrow up? We do big tomorrow ups? Like a little bit up, but not a lot. I don't like that. It does use a buggy Keltner channel code. I just like it because it's easy to read. Like, I would have to, like, fucking zoom in and, like, see where the Keltner channel enters. TTM's probably better anyway. Yeah, so we're doing more ups and after hours. Tomorrow's definitely Thursday. Monday's a holiday. What? What fucking holiday's on Monday? There's no holiday Monday. It's the 11th. Don't tease me. Is that true? I'm going to have to look it up. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. It was fun. We had some fun today. Only a few more days of super flat sideways trading, I think. So that's cool. And then we can make some money or do things. And that'll be fun too. Thank you all so much. And Canadian Columbus Day? Oh, it's Columbus Day? Does it have a 3-day weekend? That means a day off? Oh, members only streams on Monday then. Thank you guys all so much. I appreciate all the new members. If you guys haven't and can, drop a subscribe and like before you head out for the day. I appreciate it. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. For those of you tuned in, 171.07 is our closing price. Thank you all. Have a lovely night.